Good afternoon. Our business today is to consider two items. The first I'll discuss is H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. The situation on our southern border can be described with one word: chaos. It's a national security and humanitarian crisis of unprecedented proportions. The present state of affairs cannot stand. For more than 2 years, we've watched as operational control of our border has been lost to reckless policy decisions. The Democrats' open border agenda started with halting the border wall construction. That was followed by the reinstatement of catch and release, termination of Remain in Mexico, and measures that tied the hands of law enforcement. Under President Biden, we've experienced some of the largest waves of illegal border crossings in recorded history, exceeding 1.7 million in 2021, 2.3 million in 2022, and 1.2 million so far in 2023, according to the CBP's own numbers. These numbers only scratch the surface of the grim realities that we face. A porous border is anything but kind or compassionate. It has empowered drug cartels and human traffickers. It's allowed fentanyl and illicit drugs to flow into our communities, and it's become a path utilized by terrorist suspects to try and sneak into our homeland. This broken system is endangering lives and U.S. security. Enough is enough. It's time for Congress to act and begin to repair the damage done by the radical posturing and inaction of the Biden administration. Unlike the previous majority, House Republicans are committed to prioritizing the needs of the American people over the wish lists of extreme open-door activists. In this very room, over the past 4 years, House Republicans pleaded with the administration and House Democrats to finally acknowledge the humanitarian and security crisis at the border. Time and again, they denied or downplayed it. The facts speak for themselves. The tragedy and horror are too significant for even open border advocates to dismiss. Today, House Republicans are taking action to secure our border and stop the surge of illegal immigration through consideration of H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. This bill is a complete rejection of President Biden's border policies and purposeful inaction. It includes important reforms to combat fraud and abuse in the asylum process, prevents the catch and release of aliens into American communities, and establishes new penalties for visa overstays. H.R. 2 also provides the resources and direction necessary to secure the border once and for all. It immediately resumes construction of the border wall, which President Biden unilaterally halted on his first day in office, and adds more physical barriers and tactical infrastructure along the border. Importantly, this bill gives our dedicated Border Patrol agents the resources, equipment, and manpower to meet their mission and gain operational control. Together, these measures will go a long way to secure our southern border and end the reign of terror that cartels are perpetrating against vulnerable populations. We have a constitutional obligation to secure our border and keep Americans safe. H.R. 2 will help us uphold that commitment. Our second measure for today is H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Congress acted to expand unemployment insurance benefits to ensure that millions of Americans who were suddenly thrown out of work or were furloughed could continue to support themselves. $878 billion, both federal and state, was spent on unemployment benefits during the pandemic. Unfortunately, with spending that large, fraud inevitably followed. While it is unclear how much of that $872 billion was fraudulently paid out, estimates range from as low as $60 billion to as high as $400 billion. H.R. 1163 will allow states to recover fraudulent overpayments of federal and state pandemic unemployment compensation, and as an incentive, allow states to keep 25% of what they recover. It's essential that Congress take steps to ensure that fraudulent overpayments are recovered. Hardworking American taxpayers expect that the government will be good stewards of every tax dollar, and those who have fraudulently obtained funds from the unemployment insurance program through criminal activity must not profit from their bad deeds. One final point. I know my friends on the other side of the aisle have expressed concerns that H.R. 1163 will lead to a wave of states going after otherwise innocent individuals who inadvertently received more than they should. States have the ability to use case-by-case individual waivers to grant relief to innocent individuals who may have accidentally received more than they should have for this exact reason. What we are concerned with today is fraud, and with targeting those specific bad actors who have damaged the program integrity of the unemployment insurance system. It's those criminals and fraudsters at whom H.R. 1163 is aimed. I now yield to my good friend, our distinguished ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 8 more innocent lives were lost Saturday during a mass shooting, this time at a mall in Allen, Texas. And while my heart goes out to the Allen community and the victims' families, I'm sickened that all we seem capable of doing is offering our thoughts and prayers and nothing else. When will things get bad enough that we will do something to keep our children from being shot at school, at grocery stores, at parades, at movie theaters, at malls? It's beyond time that we take action to protect Americans from gun violence. And I say that because I plead with the majority to allow us to bring measures to the floor so we can debate and we can vote on ways to protect our kids and innocent people. Anyway, that said, today we are here to consider 2 measures. First is H.R. 2, what might as well be called the Child Deportation Act. Frankly, this is the worst immigration and border security bill introduced in my lifetime. Republicans would rather resort to more fear-mongering, more conspiracy theories, more political stunts than offer real solutions to fix our broken immigration system. We will get into greater detail about all of H.R. 2's troubling provisions later, but let me highlight a few for now. First, this bill demonizes asylum seekers looking to enter the country legally. These folks are fleeing their homes, everything they know, because of a well-founded fear of persecution. They are traveling thousands of miles, often on foot. They are looking to legally declare asylum. Under U.S. law, they have a legal right to do that. This bill destroys the basic tenets of our nation's asylum system, preventing Customs and Border Protection from fairly and efficiently processing asylum seekers and causing more chaos at the border. Partnerships between the federal government and nonprofits are essential to meet the basic human needs of migrants. This bill discourages the critical work of these humanitarian organizations that help provide food, clothes, and shelter to families seeking asylum. Maybe my spiritual friends across the aisle need to be reminded, and I quote, "I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me." Matthew chapter 25, verse 35. Keeping assistance from innocent people seeking refuge is immoral and absolutely cruel. H.R. 2 also strips protections for unaccompanied minors who arrive at the border. Now, we're talking about allowing kids to be detained for a month or more, limiting their access to counsel and sending them right back into the hands of smugglers that will exploit them. This is unconscionable. Second, this bill does nothing, and I mean nothing, to prevent more drugs from entering the country. 90% of all drug seizures occur at our ports of entry. Cartels aren't smuggling drugs in on mothers and children arriving at our border on foot seeking asylum. They are smuggling drugs in at our airports and in cars and in trucks at legal points of entry. You would think that if Republicans were interested in really tackling the drug crisis, they would enhance CBP's ability to seize drugs at these ports of entry, right? Wrong. Their debt limit bill would cut CBP's budget by $4 billion, weakening their ability to prevent drugs from crossing the border by laying off 2,400 officers. If the GOP's debt limit plan is enacted, estimates suggest that more than 350,000 grams of fentanyl could be let into the country. That's over 200 million more fatal doses of fentanyl hitting our streets thanks to Republicans' funding cuts. But they want to go after moms and kids declaring asylum. Do you know what H.R. 2 does fund? It funds Trump's border wall. as I say time and time again, show me a 30-foot wall and I'll show you a 35-foot ladder. Third, this bill will wreak absolute havoc on our economy. H.R. 2 imposes nationwide E-Verify on all U.S. businesses, doing untold damage to the economy and resulting in billions of dollars in lost revenue. This bill could wipe out half of our nation's agricultural workforce. I have farms in my district, as I'm sure many of you here do too. Let me be clear, American farms will go under if this bill becomes law. And the price of food in our grocery stores and on our shelves will skyrocket even more. We all know that our immigration system needs reform, but this bill is not it. H.R. 2 is inhumane. It is un-American. It does nothing to prevent the very real issue of drug smuggling and will do irreparable damage to our economy. We also have H.R. 1163, House Republicans' unemployment insurance, so-called anti-fraud bill. Like H.R. 2, this bill would do more harm than good. It advocates for surprise billing for workers who did nothing wrong while slashing funding from programs that hold actual scammers accountable. So I'm sure today's meeting will be another lengthy one. I'm reading on social media that the Republicans are scrambling for votes on their immigration bill, so God knows when we'll report it out of this of the Rules Committee. But in any event, Mr. Chairman, I will, at this point, yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I'd like to welcome our first panel, Chairman Jordan and Ranking Member Nadler from the Judiciary Committee, Chairman Green and Representative Ivey from the Homeland Security Committee, and Chairman McCall and Representative Castro from the Foreign Affairs Committee. Chairman Jordan, I welcome you back to the Rules Committee, and I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, good to be with you and committee members. President Biden and Vice President Harris, Secretary Mayorkas, all, and the vast majority of Democrats in Congress keep telling us there is no border crisis. But numbers don't lie. And I know we get tired of hearing the numbers, but they do not lie. Since President Biden took office, there have been over 5 million illegal border crossers encountered by U.S. Customs and Border Protection along the southwest border. 5 million. Over 1.5 million illegal alien gotaways who successfully evaded capture in the 28 months that Joe Biden's been president, and nearly 2 million other illegal aliens released into the United States. Over 370,000 unaccompanied alien children encountered on our southwest border and placed with Health and Human Services, and at least, and this is unbelievable, and frankly, in response to the ranking member's comments, at least 85,000 of those kids have been lost by the Biden administration. We don't know where they're at. We don't know what bad things may be happening to kids. Nearly 200 alien terrorists encountered by the Border Patrol along the southwest border. And as we sit here today, the surges surrounding the end of Title 42 have already started. We've all seen it. Border Patrol Chief Ortiz reported that his agents encountered over 26,000 aliens illegally crossing the border in 72 hours this past weekend, just over this past weekend, a 72-hour time frame. Last week, there were 55,000 illegal alien encounters, nearly 8,000 a day, and there is no end in sight. In fact, I would argue after Thursday, it will only get worse. According to the Border Patrol intelligence sources, around 700,000 migrants are waiting in Mexican shelters to come to the United States when Title 42 expires in 2 days. They will overrun our Border Patrol agents, they will overwhelm our resources, and they will overload our cities. By some estimates, 400,000 migrants will pass through Panama's Darien Gap, making their way effectively inviting them in. This week, House Republicans will pass H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act, and make good on our promise to pass legislation to secure the border and protect our sovereignty. The Judiciary Committee's provisions of H.R. 2 stop the incentives to come to the United States. Title I of Division B reforms the asylum system to stop asylum fraud and abuse and to ensure that valid asylum claims are heard expeditiously. Specifically, the bill includes bars to criminals applying for asylum, requires that the alien claim fear at a port of entry, increases the credible fear standard, reins in immigration and federal courts' abuse of asylum grounds like particular social group. Title II ends the Biden administration catch and release policies, clarifies that the DHS secretary must remove or detain illegal aliens who arrive at the border or place them into a remain in Mexico type program. This is the heart of the legislation. I just want to be clear, Mr. Chairman. People can come to ports of entry, claim asylum. God bless them for doing it. If it's legit, we're going to let them in. We want that adjudication to happen as quick as possible. But we're not just going to release them into the country. They will be detained, or they will have to wait in Mexico while we evaluate their claim. That is the most important thing, I think, in the legislation. There are no other options. The aliens cannot be paroled or otherwise released in the United States, as I just said, unless an immigration court grants the alien asylum or some other immigration benefit. It also allows the DHS Secretary to suspend entry of aliens at the border to gain operational control. Title IV closes the Flores settlement agreement loophole that has for many years encouraged family units to cross the border illegally. It ensures that all aliens will be detained for the pendency of their immigration court proceedings and kept together as a family. The number of real and fake family units crossing the border has skyrocketed over the last decade because aliens know that if they have a child with them, they will be released once they get to the United States. Title V helps end the mass exploitation and migration of unaccompanied alien children. It requires that current law regarding unaccompanied alien children from Mexico and Canada be applied to children from other countries. This means that UACs, kids from non-contiguous countries, will be screened for trafficking, this is important, or for a fear of return, and if none is found, they will be sent home, reunited with their family in their home country. We've all heard of the horror stories of what these UACs go through during their trip to the United States with smugglers. We all know how they can be exploited once here. The Biden administration, as I said earlier, cannot locate at least 85,000 of the 370,000 unaccompanied alien children who have entered this United States since Joe Biden took office. In 2014, the Obama administration asked Congress to pass a law to give the administration the ability to remove UACs, what we're doing in this bill. The Obama administration asked for that. In response, the House passed the language that is currently in this bill. Unfortunately, the Senate did not take up that bill, and the UAC surges have continued. I think this element is critical too, dealing with these kids. And our ranking member, Mr. Chairman, talks about when a kid winds up on your doorstep, first thing you're gonna do is figure out where those kids' parents are, get that child back with their mom and dad. That's what our legislation seeks to do. Title VI puts visa overstay on par with illegal entry as a misdemeanor crime. It is currently just a civil immigration infraction. Title VII will help end the abuse of immigration parole. Since President Biden took office as part of a catch and release, he has paroled in around 1 million aliens who illegally crossed the border. The parole statute is very clear. It is to be used on a case-by-case basis and only for significant public benefit or a humanitarian purpose. Administrations have been abusing parole authority for many years despite Congress' attempts to rein it in. Most recently, the Biden administration has created categorical parole programs for nationals of several countries to make the chaos at the border less noticeable. Title VII brings the use of immigration parole back to its intended purpose to allow a foreign national to enter the U.S. for an emergency purpose for a short period of time. And finally, Title VIII helps end the jobs magnet for illegal migration. It phases in the required use of E-Verify to check the employment eligibility of new hires over a period of 3 years, starting with the largest employers and ending with agricultural employers. We have worked closely with many of our folks from the big ag districts on that language. E-Verify is a quick and efficient way to electronically do what current law requires of employers to check the employment eligibility of their new hires. The current system is subjective, and illegal aliens routinely fake identity and employment eligibility documents to get jobs in the United States. Title VIII also repeals 2 Biden administration regulations that make the H-2A agricultural guest worker program burdensome for employees to use. H.R. 2 will put an end to it, the open borders policy of Joe Biden. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Nadler, you're recognized for your opening testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Today, the majority has brought forward a cruel, extreme, and unworkable piece of legislation, the so-called Secure the Border Act, which would wreck our economy, destroy the asylum system, criminalize visa overstays, send unaccompanied children back to dangerous situations, and jail children indefinitely. Once again, my Republican colleagues show us that they are not interested in finding real solutions to tough issues. This bill attempts to combine a variety of different bills, each one more cruel and heartless than the last, into one contradictory and overlapping mess. This bill has no chance of being enacted into law. Republican senators have expressed their opposition. It is nothing more than pure political theater. My Republican colleagues are trying to take us back to the failed, illegal, and immoral policies of the Trump administration. Former President Trump's radical, inhumane, and racist immigration actions weakened the U.S. economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, and did not make us any safer. While trampling on some of our most deeply held American values, his erratic approach also failed to stem the flow of migrants across our border. Let's be very clear about what this legislation would do. When taken together, this bill serves as a wholesale ban on asylum. No one would be able to seek asylum in the United States if they crossed between points of entry, or if they had or could have had even temporary status in a third country. We offered a variety of amendments to exempt the most vulnerable from some of these draconian requirements. This included those fleeing communist and totalitarian regimes and unaccompanied children. The majority was not even willing to exempt children under a year old. The one place where we were able to make some bipartisan headway was on the issue of E-Verify. E-Verify is an electronic employment eligibility verification system that began as a voluntary pilot program and is currently used by a small percentage of the nation's employers. This bill would make that system mandatory for all employers in the United States. Without providing other reforms, including any meaningful opportunity for undocumented workers to regularize their status, this title would damage the U.S. economy, harm American workers, and result in billions of dollars in lost government revenue. Mandatory E-Verify would decimate the agriculture industry, putting U.S. farms out of business, shipping millions of American jobs overseas, and increasing U.S. reliance on imported food. Mandatory E-Verify will result in hundreds of thousands of unfilled farm jobs and will leave unpicked crops rotting in the fields, as we saw in Georgia in 2011, when a mandatory E-Verify law in the state resulted in over 11,000 farm jobs going unfilled during the peak harvest season. That is why I have submitted an amendment to the Rules Committee which would strike the E-Verify title from this bill. This amendment gained bipartisan support in the Judiciary Committee, and I hope my colleagues will ensure it gets a vote on the House floor. These are just a few of the problems with this bill. I did not even have time to go into detail into how this bill strips all protections from unaccompanied children and requires all families who come to our border seeking protection to be detained indefinitely, or the extreme lengths to which it goes to narrow the eligibility grounds for asylum, or how this bill would severely restrict this and any future administration's ability to parole individuals into the United States, ending the current parole initiatives for Ukrainians fleeing Russia and certain military families. And I might add, ending the parole that has been enforced for Cuba since the Eisenhower administration. Immigration reform is a complicated problem that requires comprehensive solutions, and an enforcement-only strategy simply doesn't work. Democrats have put forward real proposals, and we stand ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions. Democrats take this complex humanitarian crisis seriously. Our proposals address the root causes of migration, improve border security, and create additional legal pathways for people to enter the United States lawfully. But Republicans have chosen a narrow path that imposes extreme pain and hardship on the most vulnerable people while doing nothing to actually solve the problem. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this wrong-headed bill. They ask the majority to go back to the drawing board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Green, you're recognized for your opening testimony.
Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. There is now absolutely no doubt to any American paying attention that we're in the midst of a severe border crisis. In just over 2 years, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have turned the border into a place of chaos and devastation, a place where cartels are now firmly in control of at least 5 of our 9 sectors, according to the Chief of the Border Patrol. Since the Biden administration took office, there have been over 5 million encounters at the southwest border, 1.5 million known gotaways, and estimates by the Chief of Border Patrol of an additional 20% of gotaways that are completely unaccounted for. The numbers paint a horrifying picture. But if you look deeper, it gets worse. In just the first 6 months of this fiscal year, 80 people on the terrorist watch list were stopped by trying to cross the U.S.-Mexican border between ports of entry. Border Patrol arrested over 15,000 individuals with criminal convictions, and 14,000 pounds of fentanyl has been seized, enough to kill over 3.1 billion people, a third of the world, or the entire U.S. population 9 times over. Sadly, the true number of cartel and gang members, other criminals, and trafficked persons, as well as the quantity of illicit drugs that have all crossed our borders, will never be fully known. But what we do know is staggering. Given these facts, it's imperative that Congress take the necessary steps to ensure that the laws passed by this body are enforced. Our borders are secure and the American people are safe. I'm honored to be here with Chairman Jordan and Chairman McCall as we work toward this goal, the Secure the Border Act. Each of our committees has worked tirelessly over the past several months to craft this legislation, doing so through regular order. The Committee on Homeland Security's markup 2 weeks ago extended over 16 hours, considered over 40 amendments, and I'm grateful to the members of the committee who worked tirelessly to craft our part of this bill. H.R. 2 addresses the immediate impact of the crisis by focusing on mitigating and stopping the surge of illegal aliens and drugs flowing across the U.S. borders, mainly between ports of entry. This bill requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to use previously appropriated but unexpired funding to immediately resume construction of the border wall. It also makes targeted investment in border technology by deploying the most effective technology available, such as advanced surveillance sensors and drones, and requires a 5-year technology investment plan to provide an analysis of security risks and capability gaps at and between ports of entry. This bill also demands transparency from DHS by requiring monthly reporting of critical border security data, including the number of known gotaways and known or suspected terrorists. The American people expect this type of transparency. It also authorizes and increases Operation Stone Garden grants to support state and local law enforcement who are bearing the brunt of this crisis as the federal government continues to fail in its mission. Lastly, the bill addresses the major staffing challenges at U.S. Border Patrol, which was just recently highlighted in a DHS Inspector General report laying out how the unsustainable conditions at our southwest border are negatively impacting the health and morale of the frontline law enforcement. Our brave Border Patrol agents, whose frustrations grow daily as they are pulled off the front line to act as processing coordinators, are leaving at an increasing rate and are greatly struggling with mental health issues. To address these issues, this bill includes retention bonuses for those frontline agents, mandates no fewer than 22,000 full-time equivalent agents, and also provides polygraph waiver authority for hiring flexibility. These are just a few of the highlights of this critical legislation. We must have effective physical infrastructure, additional Border Patrol agents on the front lines to address these growing threats. Combined with the important elements led by the Judiciary and Foreign Affairs Committee, this bill is a major step in tackling these challenges and delivering for the American people. Left unaddressed, the border crisis will continue to spiral out of control. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative Ivey, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. I'm here to express my strong opposition to H.R. 2 and urge the committee to approve a rule to allow for consideration of Democratic amendments aimed at addressing serious flaws in this cruel and unworkable bill. Although I sit on the Homeland Security Committee and the Judiciary Committee, I'm here to speak on behalf of Ranking Member Thompson about Division A of H.R. 2. The language in this division, which was voted out of the Homeland Security Committee about 2 weeks ago along partisan lines after a 17-hour markup, reflects a failure of cooperation and coordination between the two groups of members, the Democrats and the Republicans. The majority rejected 43 Democratic amendments, even when they expressly recognized the merit in some of the amendments that were offered by the Democrats at the time. If enacted, H.R. 2 would upend border enforcement operations, villainize community and religious organizations working to provide migrants with basic necessities. That's why 136 community and religious organizations oppose this legislation. They have a letter that I would like to submit to make it part of the record. H.R. 2 would require DHS to build Donald Trump's border wall and vaguely points to unspent border wall funds from the Trump era as a pay-for. My Republican colleagues identified no unspent funds, as mentioned in the bill, that are available to DHS to begin construction on the wall, and the legislation requires them to begin work on this in 7 days after enactment. Moreover, roughly 1,950 miles of additional wall construction is estimated to be required to complete the Republican mandate. I've seen estimates of that costing roughly $46 million per mile. So on the one hand, we have no funding that made available under the legislation, not expressly at least, but an astronomical amount to actually do what they're saying should be done. In addition to that, House Republicans just adopted a bill to require 22% across-the-board cut to DHS funding. I think the ranking member estimated that would be somewhere around a reduction of 2,400 border agents. At the same time, my Republican colleagues are saying, oh, and the border agents and officers themselves are saying they need more help down at the border. But the bill doesn't fund a single new officer and a port of entry to bolster fentanyl interdiction, even though successive administrations have acknowledged that more than 90% of this deadly drug come through ports of entry. Last month, I joined with committee colleagues to visit with officers in Brownsville Point of Entry in McAllen, Texas. The men and women serving at the border are doing important work under very difficult conditions. That led us, Ranking Member Thompson in particular, to offer amendments to try and address additional funding for members of the border, officers and agents, to try and raise the funding to have them get additional payments. I know there was a language in there about adding for bonuses. This would actually elevate their overall pay on an ongoing basis and allow them to equalize with civil service payment. In addition to that, we also offered a language that would allow the officers and agents to unionize so that they could protect their benefits. And we also offered language that would, I think it was raised a moment ago, about the spiritual issues and challenges that many of the agents and officers are facing on the border. We offered an amendment to expand that to provide additional counseling, which was suggested by the officers and agents we talked with down at the border. But that amendment was rejected as well. We debated a section that targets nonprofits that work with migrants and other immigrants for hours, but in the end, the Republicans retained language that punishes these community, religious, and charitable organizations for carrying out their missions of providing life-saving services to those in need. Specifically, Section 115 would place unworkable requirements on DHS partners, including those who don't operate at the border. The broadness of the provision would mean that FEMA's disaster management partners would be required to verify every individual's immigration status before providing critical assistance like shelter or transportation. In addition to that, at the hearing, one of our members raised the issue of the requirements that they would face in trying to identify the definition of aliens that was put into a new amendment that was offered the night of the markup, which had never been seen by any of the NGOs or had any chance to be vetted by anybody else. And it's pretty clear. I think we've got the letter that I just offered, and we have another one from Catholic bishops in El Paso and Texas that raise the same concerns about this provision. In a letter to members of Congress, Bishop Mark Seitz, the Bishop of El Paso and chairman of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops on Migration, wrote, quote, as drafted, these provisions could even be interpreted to prevent schools, houses of worship, and other organizations from qualifying for the nonprofit security grant program amid a rise in violent attacks on those places. The bishop continued, quote, DHS's ability to rescue persons encountered in the desert in life-threatening circumstances and process unaccompanied children, victims of trafficking, victims of torture, and others who, even under this bill's own terms, would warrant such processing would be compromised. Democrats tried to strike Section 115 altogether, but committee Republicans refused to do so. Alternatively, we offered language that would have created other exceptions to this for Afghans who helped our military personnel overseas, for pregnant women, women who are survivors of human trafficking or domestic violence or sexual assault, All of those amendments were voted down. We need an open bill or an open rule to address the very real problems with this bill that we were not able to address at the committee level. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative McCall, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member. Throughout my career as a federal prosecutor in the state of Texas, chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and now chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I've never seen this border more out of control. And my home state of Texas is taking the brunt of this crisis. In fact, Chief Border Patrol Officer Ortiz testified that we no longer have operational control of the border. This didn't have to happen. And I would argue it's a self-inflicted wound. The reason for this chaos is a direct result of the Biden administration's termination on day one of two of the most effective policies implemented during the previous administration, and that is the migrant protection protocols and asylum cooperative agreements. In fact, don't take my word for it. The Border Patrol tells us this, that the rescission of these policies on day one had a direct cause and effect on the chaos that we're now seeing. And these policies worked because they required migrants to remain in Mexico pending their asylum claims instead of being released into the United States. Now we're back to the policy of catch and release. It also prohibited migrants from eligibility for U.S. asylum if they pass through any countries with these asylum agreements. But since the Biden administration took office, migrant encounters have soared to 5 million. Fentanyl's flowing across the border has killed over 100,000 Americans, many of them young people. My son just went to a funeral of one of his best friends last week, and my daughter's been to 4. My committee's contribution to the House GOP border package will reinstate and codify the migrant protection protocols known as Remain in Mexico. And it will also direct the Secretary of State to re-enter MPP and ACAs to bring back order to our immigration system and protect Americans. For without acting, we were silently enabling the human smugglers, sex traffickers, and drug cartels, all while leaving our Border Patrol's agents at continued risk. By the way, the suicide rate's never been higher than it is today. This should not be a partisan issue to give our government the tools we need to stem this generational crisis and restore U.S. operational control to the border. And I want to commend Chairman Jordan, Chairman Green for their hard work on this. This will be the strongest border security bill ever passed by the United States House of Representatives if we pass this on Thursday, which, by the way, Title 42 will be revoked on Thursday. No doubt the flood at the border will only get worse, not better. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative Castro, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. And thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition specifically to Title II of H.R. 2, Title III, I'm sorry, of H.R. 2, which was marked up in the House Foreign Affairs Committee as H.R. 1690, the Order Act. I'm glad to join you in my capacity as Ranking Member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere. Last year marked 100 years since my grandmother, Victoria Castro, came to the United States as a young orphan in the wake of the Mexican Revolution. On her paperwork, the San Antonio relatives who took her in wrote that she was coming to live. In America, she found a better life, just as many of your ancestors did, the Irish, the Germans, the English, the Spanish, immigrants with descendants in this room today. And today, we face different challenges with migration, and I don't think there's a single person in this room who believes that our current immigration system meets our country's needs. But instead of tackling these challenges head-on, Title III of this bill would institute destructive, dangerous policies that force vulnerable asylum seekers into even more desperate circumstances. When similar protocols were previously in place, human rights observers recorded thousands of violent attacks against migrants sent to Mexico, including kidnapping, rape, and other very brutal crimes. That so-called Remain in Mexico policy, as cruel as it was, included exemptions for unaccompanied minors, children, and people who don't speak Spanish. This bill includes neither of those exemptions. If H.R. 2 becomes law, asylum seekers from across the world would be required to first apply for asylum in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, or El Salvador, countries that combined have less than 1/20th of the US GDP. And let's be honest, many people in this room won't even drink the water when they go to these countries. Some advocates for the bill have described this as, quote, burden sharing. But the countries named in this bill cannot shoulder the same burden as the world's largest economy, our nation, nor should they be expected to. When we talk about immigration policy, I think folks often lose sight of the real people that our discussions affect. Last month in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I introduced an amendment to exempt people with disabilities, persecuted religious minorities, and even Ukrainian refugees from this bill. But every single member of the Republican majority voted it down. Under H.R. 2 as drafted, for example, if a Uyghur Muslim escapes one of China's concentration camps in Xinjiang and makes it to Mexico and seeks asylum in the United States would force that person to remain in Mexico. If a group of Cuban dissidents sail to Florida and land outside of a port of entry, they would not be allowed to apply for asylum. Under this bill, Ukrainians fleeing Russia's brutal invasion of their homeland, Catholics fleeing religious persecution in Nicaragua, and Christians or other religious minorities fleeing Iran would all be required to remain in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, or El Salvador, rather than unite with family right here in the United States. Many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed concerns about how our immigration system will be able to handle a rising tide and a rising number of immigrants post-Title 42. And I agree that we need to build a more resilient and more efficient and effective system. But what we've seen time and time again is that cruel, restrictive policies like Title 42 and Remain in Mexico do not stop desperate people from fleeing persecution, oppression, and violence. This bill, sadly, is a way to get rid of a problem without solving it. And that's the best that we could hope to accomplish by passing this piece of legislation. Instead, it forces vulnerable people to take dangerous, irregular paths to the United States, the exact kind of journey that led to the deaths of 53 people in the back of a sweltering tractor trailer in my hometown of San Antonio last summer. H.R. 2 also ends humanitarian parole, except in very limited circumstances. Since the February 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, the United States, for example, has admitted 150,000 Ukrainians and their family members on humanitarian parole. If we pass H.R. 2, these families fleeing Putin's invasion would lose the ability to be in the United States. Let me say that again. They would lose the ability to be in the United States. The Afghans who fought alongside the United States and were evacuated from Kabul in August 2021 are largely in the United States through humanitarian parole. If we pass H.R. 2, they would lose the ability to remain in the United States. In February of this year, the United States evacuated 222 brave Nicaraguans who were imprisoned by the Ortega Murillo regime. They are here with their families on parole, and two of these individuals testified to the House Foreign Affairs Committee in March. They too would lose their status. Mr. Chairman, there are meaningful bipartisan solutions to address the causes of forced migration to the United States. And I've been proud to work across the aisle to introduce several bills that would expand the scope of U.S. foreign assistance to encourage sustainable economic development in many of these countries that we're talking about today. Unfortunately, H.R. 2 does not include any serious attempt to address the root causes of migration, and so people will keep coming. This bill is harmful and counterproductive, and it betrays our nation's legal and moral obligations to asylum seekers who deserve better, and also betrays America's legacy. Before I yield, I want to make a brief point about the rhetoric used during this debate in this Congress and also in this country. In 2019, a madman in my home state of Texas drove 10 hours to El Paso, Texas, and murdered 23 people, including American citizens, to stop what he called the Hispanic, quote, invasion. When members of Congress use their elevated platforms to dehumanize migrants and fearmonger about quote unquote illegals, aliens, and invasions, their words have consequences that echo far beyond these halls. The language that we use matters, and I urge members of this committee and of this Congress to be mindful about how your rhetoric can put a target on the backs of migrants and those who may target them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I just have a few questions, and I'm going to direct them to the three chairmen we're privileged to have with us today. So Chairman Jordan, Green, McCall, I understand that all your respective committees have held hearings highlighting the causes of this unprecedented illegal immigration surge on our southern border and the effects that's having on border residents, border communities throughout the country. Can you tell us a few of the real-life consequences your witnesses have described? And I'll start with you, Chairman Jordan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think all the committees have had parents who lost a loved one, lost a son or daughter to fentanyl. So those always sink in as, that's powerful testimony from a mom or a dad. But I think for me also it was when we did the field hearing in Yuma, hearing from the hospital administrator and what it's meant to the hospital there. And then hearing from the farmers. They've had E-Verify in their state, and it works fine. They love what they have in Arizona, and yet they talked about the damage done because of the flood of illegal migrants coming in the country, what it's done to their fields, people just camping out in their fields. So I think there's real consequences for the people who produce our food. I learned an interesting fact when we were in Yuma. They said 90% of the leafy green vegetables we eat during the winter come from Yuma, Arizona. I had no idea. That was one of the facts we learned when we were down there. But the most powerful ones are always the moms and dads talking about what fentanyl did to a loved one and their family.
Thank you very much. Chairman Green, same question to you. Can you tell us a little bit about what the witnesses appeared before your committee had to tell you about the consequences of the surge we're dealing with?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are the human costs, and then there are the financial costs of this open border. And of course, Chairman Jordan mentioned a few of the human costs, fentanyl. Taking that a step further, Tennessee is faced with having to take care of children that are born to fentanyl-addicted mothers. That is a human tragedy because a child is born addicted to an opiate. That child winds up in the ICU, et cetera. There are learning disabilities that are associated with that addiction from birth. So there is the human side of it, but there's also the financial side of it. It costs the state of Tennessee $1,600,000 per child, and we had 40,000 of those last year. So if you sit and think about the human costs, and then you think of all of the various financial costs of this, it is substantial. And the CEO that Chairman Jordan mentions also came and testified about his uncompensated healthcare costs. The fact that the human side of that is people from his own community have to go 200 miles to deliver babies because his obstetrics ward is full of migrants. And I know it's been implied earlier that this bill somehow stops people from getting health care. It does not. We have an EMTALA law in this country that every patient who presents himself will be taken care of. We're not undoing EMTALA in this legislation, so that's misinformation. But there is a human cost and a financial cost.
Thank you very much. Chairman McCall, same question to you. Can you tell us something about what witnesses that appeared before your committee had to say about the consequences of this illegal surge?
Sure, and thanks for the question. And I've seen this movie before, but it's the worst I've seen now. The dangerous journey that they have to make to get to the border. The children who die along the route, who are also abused, sexually abused along the way by smugglers, by cartels. It's absolute suffering. The magnet that brings them in was a change in policy on political asylum, because the cartels are really smart. They know that our laws changed on day one, they can now get these people inside the United States, and then they make this dangerous journey. I've seen horrific filmage of what the cartels do without getting into graphic detail. But then once they get into the United States, Mr. Chairman, what are we going to do with 5 million people that have no legal status in this country that have to live in the shadows? Where do the young women go? They get sex trafficked. Where do the young men go? They go to MS-13 or gangs. They become their families. There are stash houses inside the United States where 20 of these adopted children or sponsored children go to that makes no sense at all because they're being trafficked in the United States. To make things worse, I've seen 18-wheelers stuffed with bodies that have died in Mr. Castro's district that have been smuggled into the United States, and they have suffocated and died because the smugglers don't give a damn about them. They just care about the money. And that's what's driving this, and it's a change in policy. And I do have to respond. I do respect my dear friend from San Antonio, Mr. Castro. However, my bill will have no impact on someone's ability to apply for political asylum. That still remains their right. And in fact, he talks a lot about Ukrainians and Afghanistans, who I have done a lot to protect. They are the ones already in the United States are protected. And individuals already paroled in the United States are protected, and our bill clearly says that. So I do want to correct the record on that. But the human suffering, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the question, it's horrific and it needs to stop.
Thank you very much. Once again to our 3 chairmen along the same lines, could each of you talk briefly and walk us through the committee markups that resulted in the bill that we're considering today, talk about the process that got you to your product, so to speak. And again, I'll start with you, Chairman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was a long process with lots of amendments offered. Some things we had to work with our own members on some clarifying language that has been not only done in the committee, but also in conjunction with members not on the Judiciary Committee. And we've worked closely, and I want to commend the other committees as well, worked closely with Mr. Green and Mr. McCall. So it was a long process, but we pushed through it. And I think you said this in your opening statement. I appreciate it. I do think it's the strongest immigration enforcement legislation that we've ever put together. And I hope, in fact, it passes on Thursday, which I think it will.
Thank you very much. Chairman Green, same question. Talk to us a little bit about the process that got you to your portion of the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. We, as soon as I got the opportunity to lead the committee, I began meeting with the members and really folks across the entire conference and assembled the ideas, put the language together, rebuilt that language a couple of different times. The actual markup itself was, as I mentioned earlier, 16 hours. It was lengthy. We had a lot of amendments brought forward. I will say that to Mr. Ivy's point earlier, some of those amendments have some hope, but they need work, and we intend to work with our colleagues across the aisle to develop some of those ideas, and we will have a bipartisan hearing to address those issues that were brought up. But they weren't in a place where we could put them on this bill, and it didn't fit this bill. So a lot of hard work, a lot of labor, a lot of cooperation, and I think the product that we got is a good one. And I agree with Mr. Jordan. Our dialogue across committees, between committees, has been fantastic, and I appreciate his leadership and insight and mentorship.
Thank you very much. And again, Mr. McCall, to you, same thing. Can you tell us a little bit about the process that you went through to get to your portion of the bill?
Sure. We've had several hearings on this issue. We had contact with many organizations on the outside, many groups, about this. We had a full day of markup. I've even, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, I've as I mentioned in my opening statement, I've gone down to the border many times. I've talked to the chief Border Patrol officers down there about what caused this phenomenon. And I'm trying to make this as objective as I can. They're not Republican or Democrat down there. They say the direct cause and effect was a rescission of the migrant protection protocols, remain in Mexico. I don't think there's any dispute about that. Even the chief Border Patrol officer, Even Secretary Mayorkas knows better, and I've had conversations with him, as well as the Secretary of State, Blinken, who knows that when we have these policies in place that take the magnet away, that this policy does work. I think because it was enacted under the previous administration and it had Trump's name attached to it, they didn't want to touch it. And it's a political move, and it's a bad policy.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed to the next member for questions, I understand, I'm advised that we need to switch one of our witnesses. Do any members have any questions specifically for Mr. Ivory before we do that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm good.
Yeah, he may not be good, Mr. Ranking Member. So I want to give him that option. So seeing none, without objection, Ranking Member Thompson will replace Mr. Ivy on the panel. It was a good move by Mr. Ivy. With that, go to our distinguished ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any questions he cares to offer our witness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take very much time. I just, as I said during my opening, I think this is an awful bill. That is just page after page of empty talking points with no real solutions. Instead of actually solving problems, this bill actually creates problems. I think it does eviscerates our asylum process. And with respect to Chairman McCall, the asylum part of this bill comes out of the Judiciary Committee. And I don't know whether Mr. Castro wants to address that. I want the record to be clear what we're talking about here, what's in this bill.
Sure. Thank you, Ranking Member. And I know how much hard work Chairman McCall has done, for example, on getting Afghans, families that had relatives over there and helping evacuate them and being serious about policy and so forth. But this bill was in several titles and was the work of 3 committees. So when I was referring to the bill, I was referring specifically to the fact that Title II limits asylum and Title VII limits parole, both outside of what we did in foreign affairs. So that is something that has to be resolved, I think, with this piece of legislation, because perhaps there is some internal conflict among those titles.
Thank you. And as I said before, this bill won't stop drugs from getting into America because drugs like fentanyl are coming through legal points of entry, not via migrants seeking asylum. And again, I can't resist from pointing out that in the debt ceiling bill that my friends all voted for a couple of weeks ago, it would cut the CBP's budget by $4 billion. Weakening the ability to prevent drugs from crossing the border by laying off 2,400 officers. If this plan were enacted, there were estimates that more than 350,000 grams of fentanyl could be let into this country. That's over 200 million more fatal doses of fentanyl hitting our streets, thanks to these cuts that my friends voted for, if in fact they move forward. Half or more of the undocumented people are overstaying their visas, not crossing at the southern border. And this bill is quite simply a way, I think, for some to try to score political points, which I hear over and over and over again in some of the, by demonizing immigrants. And I want to emphasize the point that Mr. Castro made, that language has consequences. And we see the impacts of that language and those consequences every day. And it's quite frankly tragic, and it has to stop. But let me just get into just a couple of things that, during the markup of the bill, Democrats introduced an amendment allowing for Ukrainians to continue to be paroled into the United States until it is safe for them to go back. That's all it said. So if you're from Ukraine and your home has been destroyed thanks to Putin's war of aggression, you can stay until it's safe for you to go back. The Biden administration started a U for You program that helps save Ukrainian lives. And it seems to me my Republican friends want to undo this program. So we gave Republicans an opportunity to correct the mistake. to allow the administration to continue using parole for Ukrainians who are fleeing Putin's war crimes, and Republicans voted no. They voted to send them back into harm's way. And by the way, Ukrainians don't qualify for asylum because the restrictions are so narrow. So, Mr. Jordan, let me direct your attention to Section 701 of the bill, page 142, which reads in part, "The Secretary of Homeland Security may grant parole to any alien who is a national of the Republic of Cuba and is living in the Republic of Cuba." So, for some strange reason, you don't want to use parole for Ukrainians, but you do want to use them for Cubans, who are, according to this, are exempt from all restrictions that apply to every other nationality in the rest of the title. So it just seems kind of strange to me. Can you explain why?
We just kept the Cuban family reunification parole program in place. It's been a long-standing program, so we kept that in place. Anyone else from around the world, it's a the law is the law. It's a case-by-case basis, and the administration can use that on a case-by-case basis. That's what we have in the legislation.
So Afghanistan under the Taliban seems to be a worse life for people in Afghanistan than in Cuba. Why aren't they carved out for humanitarian parole?
Again,
Or for that matter, why isn't the Afghan Adjustment Act included in this bill?
Again, we stuck with what the law is. The Cuban plan has been in place for a long time. We kept that in place. Others, the law says case-by-case basis. We went back to that.
Well, I mean, you're writing a law here. Why not add Venezuelans or Nicaraguans?
We had a long debate about that.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll debate it more, but you're telling me what's in the bill, and I'm just telling you why
Yeah,
we did.
sure, no, it just seems that this is an example kind of selective compassion that, makes one wonder why.
I would argue it's adherence to the rule of law.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Well, but
The Biden administration's not following it.
we're treating one group of nationals very differently from others, from countries that, quite frankly, are experiencing far worse human rights abuses. Mr. Nadler.
Yeah, I was just wondering how Mr. Jordan, my other Republican colleagues, would react to a proposal to make things uniform by stopping the program for Cuba and making that an individual case-by-case basis, as it is for Venezuela, for Ukraine, et cetera.
I think we spoke on that with what we passed on the committee.
Well, well, we're here now, right? I mean, so when we're the Rules Committee. We can make any amendment in order if we want to. My fear is that my Republican friends who are chairs are making it clear that they want no amendments in order. But would Mr. Jordan, you be open, or Mr. McCall or Mr. Green, would you be open to revisiting the issue with regard to the Ukrainians? I mean, there was an amendment. I mean, Ms. Jayapal offered an amendment. She's offered it again. Would you? I'm not even asking you to support it, but would you be open to having it brought to the floor so there could be a debate and people could vote however they wanted to?
If Mr. Nadler offered an amendment to get rid of the Cuban family reunification parole, I would oppose that. And I don't know if you're going to make that an order.
I asked, that was not my question. My question was if there's an amendment, there's no amendment that I know of right now that's pending on the Cuban humanitarian parole, but there is one on the Ukrainian one. Ms. Jayapal has that amendment. I mean, would you be okay? Would you be, you can oppose it, but would you be open to allowing us to bring it to the floor so that we can debate it and people could vote up either way on it? Would you be open to that?
I think if I could chip in,
Yeah.
did you want me to, or
I mean,
all
I
of us,
want
or-
all three. Yeah.
My perspective on this is that the current crisis is because we're violating the laws on how the asylum process should be working. And that's why people are pouring into the country, because they see all the exceptions that are being made. And so I think the point of this legislation that came out of the judiciary side is to just go back to the way the laws are written.
But there's a difference, as you know, between asylum and humanitarian parole. And we are, and the conversation was about that you're making an exception for Cubans on humanitarian parole that you extend to no other nationality. We have Ukrainians who are experiencing the most horrific circumstances due to Putin's war crimes against them.
Isn't that the whole nature of the asylum process? A person is
No,
being persecuted by their country or
No,
whatever. I mean, that's the whole point of the asylum process and the law to
Again,
begin with.
there's a difference between asylum and humanitarian parole. Asylum, you have to have a well-founded fear of persecution. many of the Ukrainians who are here right now, who are here under this program that the Biden administration has extended, may not necessarily fit the strict criteria of a well-founded fear of persecution. But we know that it would be dangerous to send them home. There are a number of nationalities that fit into that category. And so there is a difference. That's one of the reasons why we have temporary protected status for certain groups of immigrants, because the situation in their country is terrible and it is potentially dangerous, but they may not fit that criteria. So there are two things. So on the asylum stuff, as Mr. Castro pointed out, the bill that is before us is quite harsh. He used the example of a Uyghur fleeing China, coming to our border and being forced to stay in Mexico. So that's one thing. But we're talking about humanitarian parole. And so all I'm asking you is, would you don't even have to vote for it, is whether or not the Jayapal Amendment, which basically says that the Ukrainians who are here, can basically remain here, and that this program will continue for them. That's all. I'm just asking you, can actually we bring an amendment to the floor that would do that? You could vote however you want to, and you can check with your team and staff and come up with all kinds of talking points why it's a bad idea. But I think that, given the fact that we are making an exception for one group of nationals, I mean, there is a horrific, brutal, savage war going on in Ukraine. I don't know, does anyone want to add?
No, I had a war crimes hearing.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. You and I both agree on this issue. I think H.R. 2, though, clearly says that individuals already paroled in the United States are protected in this bill. And I don't know how more plain language I can make it.
So what about the ones that would come?
So
So would they,
I think again,
so if you're here now,
Yeah.
then you're okay, but I mean, that's assuming that Putin's war of aggression stops. So if you come tomorrow, let's say this bill becomes law today, so you come tomorrow, you're out of luck, just because, I mean, why would we do this? Mr. Castro?
Political asylum, I'm sorry, but
No,
political asylum is always available on a case-by-case basis.
Right, and it's really hard to get. We have dealt with immigrants and refugees who have fled some of the most horrific situations, who don't quite meet the standard to be able to prove to the courts that, in fact, they have a well-founded fear of persecution.
fear of
It
the
is a very, very high
Fear of the
standard.
Taliban, fear of Putin, fear of the CCP persecuting Uyghur Muslims. I think that's why we set up political asylum, fear of persecution.
But I wanted to say, Ranking Member, I think
I don't think fear of Putin, I mean, to me, I don't think fear of Putin qualifies for political asylum in our courts. Yeah, Mr. Castro,
really,
yeah.
a really quick, just to give some context and why your question is incredibly important. People on parole need to renew their parole each year. So current parolees, it's true, would ride out the year, but the new criteria in H.R. 2, this legislation, would make them ineligible for renewal. So it's true that the people here would continue on for the year, but the coming year, they're gone. So that's what's at stake for each of those communities that I mentioned, and one of them that you were just talking about.
And why would we even do that to the Ukrainians who have fled this terrible violence and unrest? I mean, what do people think, Mr. Nadler?
I'd simply point out that when we're talking about parole for Ukrainians, I mean, in addition to what you just said about the year, the Ukrainians want to go home. They want to stay here only until that war ends and they can go home. This is not a class of people who want to stay here. We're not talking about, we may be talking about a few people who claim political asylum, but and they should be subject to the normal asylum requirements. But we're talking, for the most part, 99%, about people who want to go home, who may come here last year, or in the last few months since the invasion in the last year, or next month, or the month after that, or however long this war lasts, but want to go home as soon as it's safe to do so, and the war is over. And that's what is prevented by this bill.
So, if I understand this correctly, if this bill were to become law today, if you are a Ukrainian who came here tomorrow, you would not be able to get parole. number one. Number two, if you're a Ukrainian who is here, you have a year. And then what do you do after a year?
You got to get out.
Even if the war's still going on.
Yeah, you got to get out, yeah.
Did anyone, disagree? Are we misreading something here? I mean, really? Oh, my God. I yield back.
Again, before we proceed to the next member for questions, again, I've been advised that we need to switch out one of our witnesses. Do any members have questions specifically for Mr. Castro? Seeing none, my friend is excused, and I think Representative for Phyllis McCormick will replace him at the panel. Welcome. That will move for questions to distinguished ranking member of the committee, my friend from Texas, Mr. Burgess.
Actually, I was going to let Mr. Reschenthal, because he's got a.
Okay, well, my friend yields, and Mr. Reschenthal is recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Burgess, for yielding to me. I will be incredibly brief. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article entitled "Alone and Exploited: Migrant Children Work Brutal Jobs Across the U.S." It was published the 25th of February of this year.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, Chairman Green, would you like to just talk about the fact that there's children coming across the border? This New York Times article that's just been entered in the record cites at about 85,000 that have just been lost. No one knows where they are and what kind of impacts that might have on a migrant child.
Yeah, that New York Times article was pretty damning of some of the decisions made by the Secretary of Homeland Security. And the New York Times is not known to be a conservative, reporting institution. But they specifically cite that the problem was a decision made by Mayorkas to stop the background checks on the sponsors. And by doing so, these children are being basically collected in 20, 30 to one sponsor, and then being used in incredible inhumane conditions. It's just appalling. And so you take the 85,000 that we don't even know about. I mean, these are people that went through the program, were sponsored. Some of them, we actually know where they are, but they passed through a sponsor that never got a background check. There are 85,000 out there. We don't know where they are. And you mentioned that, children in the pathway. I mean, we visited on the border a rape tree where the undergarments of the young girls are placed on the tree as a trophy to the cartel members who bring them here. When you open the border, and let's assume for a second it's well-intentioned. You open the border, everything's catch and release. The cartels saw the opportunity. And so they seized that opportunity and began trafficking humans for a price. Homeland Security investigation says it's making the cartels $15 billion a year. In that process, incredible inhumane things happen. Again, Doctors Without Borders, not known to be a conservative Republican organization, said 35% of the women are raped. So if you open this up, you create this mass wave, you are facilitating human trafficking, you are facilitating what's happening to these children. If we use the legal process, this doesn't happen. And that's the point of this, is really, honestly, is on the asylum side especially, just getting back to the way the law has been written. So it's a tragedy, honestly, of epic proportions, and thanks for asking the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Without a yield back.
Thank you very much. We now go to my other friend from Pennsylvania. Ms. Scanlon is recognized for any questions she cares to pose.
Thank you. As I hope this discussion has demonstrated, immigration and border security are pretty complex issues, and as such, they require nuanced and comprehensive solutions. Unfortunately, neither of those terms describes H.R. 2. It's pretty clear that our colleagues don't actually want to promote meaningful reforms that are required to secure the border or fix our broken immigration system. Instead, we've got a completely unworkable bill, and without any real solutions, we have instead inflammatory rhetoric, conspiracy theories, and political designed to stoke fear and chaos. We saw how the failed and inhumane immigration policies of the previous administration weakened our economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, inflicted permanent harm on migrant children and their families, and didn't make us any safer. H.R. 2 would waste American taxpayer dollars building a border wall that experts have testified time and time again will not solve our border issues. Instead, we should be investing in infrastructure at the ports of entry, where 90% of fentanyl and illicit drug smuggling is actually happening. And most troubling of all, this legislation puts children in harm's way, even as our colleagues claim that they want to protect children. It opens the door to jailing kids indefinitely, bars them from seeking asylum, and denies them access to representation that they need to navigate our complicated immigration system. During my legal career, I spent decades working on immigration cases, and I know the system is broken, but I also understand the realities many of those arriving at our border face. I represented kids and other asylum seekers who'd come to the U.S. to flee gang activity, political violence, abuse, starvation, trafficking, and other exploitation. People risk their lives to come here because the situation in their home countries is so horrific for all of those reasons. These conditions have been building for decades. This bill does nothing to address those conditions. During markup in judiciary and again today, our colleagues have tried to justify provisions that would endanger and inflict harm on migrant children by saying they wanted to send them safely home, ignoring the fact that the whole reason they migrated was because home was not safe, and in many cases, home didn't exist. These kids were orphans. Their families had already migrated. So, we need to recognize both the conditions that people are fleeing and the meaningful contributions that immigrants make to our country. We benefit from the talent and tax dollars that result from functioning pathways for work and immigration. We need doctors, care workers, agricultural workers, researchers, and more to make our economy work. We need the tax dollars from younger workers to keep our Social Security system solvent. So it's to all of our benefit to provide functioning pathways for people to enter the U.S. lawfully. This bill does nothing to fix our immigration system, so I deeply oppose its passage out of committee. Ranking Member Nadler, I think you had something you wanted to add.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to comment on what Chairman McCall said about that New York Times report. 85,000 children are not lost. Once HHS releases children to their sponsors, part of their post-release services are a follow-up phone call. If 3 phone calls go unanswered, the children are marked as unreachable on a spreadsheet. I don't know that any of us answer every unknown phone call we receive. The same situation happened under the Trump administration, and Obama's DPC director provided the same explanation.
Thank you, and I know from experience with representing kids in this situation, they are most often released to custody of a relative. So,
Yes.
Should we have more services to address the needs of migrant children, social services, representation? Absolutely. But I'm afraid the 85,000 talking point is, as some would call it, malarkey. Representative Thompson, was there something you wanted to add?
Yes, and thank the chair for allowing me to sit. For the most part, I've heard the comments, and I'd just like for the record to reflect that the bill we're talking about today and the section pertaining to Homeland, there was nothing about unaccompanied children in it. So it's that part that I think that we need to understand. Our committee spent those 16+ hours, and there was nothing about unaccompanied children in the bill. As important is we offered a good number of amendments that we thought should have been considered. Not a single Democratic amendment was accepted. We wanted to increase the number of people working at the border. That was turned down. We wanted to level the pay of people working at the border. That was turned down. A number of efforts to make the climate of the employees better because there are people working side by side in many instances who are federal employees who are making different salaries for the most part, doing similar work. So I look forward to the chairman going forward with this bipartisan effort. It's just that it didn't manifest itself in this bill. We got it 15 minutes before the deadline to consider, and we'll look forward to the bipartisanship that we have historically had in this committee, and that this bill is a radical departure from that bipartisanship.
Thank you. I think we did see the parts about the unaccompanied minors in the judiciary markup, and we only went for about 15 hours, so you worked harder than we did. But we similarly offered dozens of amendments which were not accepted. The part about unaccompanied minor children was particularly troubling given how vulnerable these kids are. And if they're going to be incarcerated, as suggested by the bill, then clearly Homeland Security has to deal with where they are placed. I mean, what this bill does do is probably a huge boon for the private prison industry, which will reap untold benefits from all the incarceration that is proposed by this bill. Not something I would recommend.
Well, you know, we keep them for 72 hours, and after that, the law says we have to pass them on. And that becomes the burden of HHS. So DHS is out of the business in short order, and all of what's being discussed about children becomes a function of HHS, not DHS.
I think that's under the Flores decision, but this bill, as introduced, will gut the Flores decision.
That's right.
So that's one of the big objections to it. I think at this point I'd yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to my good friend, the distinguished Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take, before we get to the business of the day, probably within the last hour, that meeting down the White House has wrapped up, and I don't know how it turned out or what to expect on the discussions of the debt limit, but I do know this, Mr. Chairman. Without your stewardship of getting that bill, the Limit, Save, and Grow bill, through the Rules Committee and onto the floor, they wouldn't be having that discussion.
Amen.
So incredibly important to get that bill passed 2 weeks ago. That gives me optimism that HR 1, having such a good position now in getting the debt limit discussions going, HR 2 can perhaps have an equal amount of gas in the tank for getting a border security bill or border security under discussion. Mr. Jordan, I don't want to imply that I wasn't listening, but maybe I wasn't listening as carefully as I should have been as you started
Never
your
happens in
remarks.
Congress.
You gave us a recitation of some numbers
Yeah.
of what this country has seen in the last 2.5 years.
Yeah, but just the last weekend, 26,072 hours in one sector in Texas. So 5 million over the 28 months of the Biden administration. So you could go on and on. But the big
So
number.
let me just stop you there. 5 million over the months of the Biden administration. Is anyone aware of a comparable situation in any country where 5 million people in 2 years and a little more have been infused into the population? I mean, and that's on top of, we normally take in what, 1.1 million people legally each year?
Yeah, yeah. And I will tell you what, one of the sheriffs who testified at a hearing, he said 28 years of law enforcement, he's a sheriff on the border in Arizona. He said he's never seen it this bad. In 28 years, he's never seen it this bad. And frankly, he said in the previous administration, it was as good as he's ever seen it. So in 28 years of law enforcement on our southern border, he says right now it's as bad as it's ever been.
Bad or worse. And then here is the problem and why it's so critically important that people see a seriousness about a border security bill. In 48 hours, what has been untenable may become astonishing in its level.
Good point.
And
point.
we've seen the drone pictures of people that are sort of waiting their time to because of this notion that when Title 42 expires, there really will be no limits on the amount of people that can come into this country. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the one other thing, when you have that volume of folks coming across the border, coming into our nation, there are going to be some bad people. And we know of 200 on the terrorist watch list. And never forget, a year ago when Secretary Mayorkas was in front of the Judiciary Committee, we asked him a question. At the time, it was only 42, I believe. Now it's 200. Time 42, we said, what are the status of those individuals? And you may remember his answer, because everyone watching remembered. He said, I don't know. He didn't know if they were detained. He didn't know where they're. And you're coming from the Judiciary Committee as the Secretary of Homeland Security, security of the nation. You should know the status of the 42 individuals who are on the terrorist watch list, and he did it. And now that number is 5 times what it was at the time that he testified.
So one of the other things that's being discussed currently down on the border is will be the inability of the NGOs to handle the number of people that are dropped off at their locations. Now, historically, I mean, multiple trips down to McAllen, I've seen it over and over and over again where a notice to appear is given and the folks are dropped off at Sacred Heart Church in downtown McAllen. They're given a fanny pack with a bottle of water and a bus ticket and good luck to you. But now those NGOs will be overwhelmed. Catholic Charities will be overwhelmed. And basically, people will just be turned loose on the street corners and hope to catch a bus somewhere. Has there been any discussion, either in Judiciary or Homeland Security, about how that's going to be handled? What's going to be the mechanism of control on the streets of those border communities? Either one of you.
You used the right word, Doctor. The word is overwhelmed, and that's what's happening. And now the Biden administration is talking about, and Secretary Marks is talking about.
If I could, they're overwhelmed now.
Yeah.
In 48
Yeah.
hours,
It'd be
in
worse.
a week's time, it's going to be astonishing at the level.
The president did act, he is sending 1,500 military down there to process. But again, what
Yeah,
the
and let me
president,
interrupt you there.
Yeah.
And my governor said 1,500. And these
Yeah.
are people with pencils in their hand to.
that's correct.
to
They're
take
there to
notes.
process people. They're not there to stop anyone. And that just encourages more.
And that number should be 15,000 or 50,000 with enforcement capabilities. Instead, these are clerical
They're
personnel.
processors, yes.
So,
Add to the incentive.
yeah, I'm not, and really that's what's so worrisome. And Mr. Jordan, Chairman Jordan, you referenced a term that a lot of people may not be familiar with, and we know from past experience there are so many people that hang on the televised Rules Committee hearings. But can you explain the Darien Gap to people who might not know?
It's in Panama. It's where they come through, and it's and they're already massing there. So and we've all seen the caravans of folks coming. And look, we all say we don't fault anyone for wanting to get to the greatest country ever, but you got to do it legally. You got to do it the right way, and you got to have an administration that understands that. And this one doesn't.
But the Darien Gap is that area of real estate that exists south of Panama, between Panama,
Yep.
the Isthmus of Panama, and South America. But it is also some of the most ungoverned and lawless and dangerous real estate
Yep.
on the face of the earth. Is that not correct?
Yeah, we've had. I've not been there personally, but we've had members go down there and see for themselves. I think Chairman Green has been there, but yeah, that's what we're talking about. And their estimates are now thousands are already massing there to make the trek and the burdensome and troublesome trek for north.
Well, again, the policies and what this administration has followed has only exacerbated the problem, and it's fixing to get worse on a level that I don't think anyone really can adequately anticipate. I also, Mr. Chairman, I had some, we heard about the New York Times article. I have a second New York Times article I'd like to submit for the record. My migrant children were put to work, and the United States ignored the warnings. And Mr. Thompson is exactly correct. 3 days,
Without objection.
3 days after, or after 72 hours, those children are turned over to the Department of Health and Human Services. And the issue there has been the throughput then became so critical get those kids in and get them out quickly. And you heard references to Secretary Becerra saying this could be a Henry Ford type assembly line. In this article from the New York Times, Susan Rice is quoted as saying, this is BS, these kids are coming here just because they're, this is BS, Mrs. Rice wrote, what is leading to voluntary separation is our generosity to unaccompanied children. I mean, that is pretty harsh. And that is in this administration. That was a domestic policy advisor until a week and a half ago in this administration. So I do want this to be made part of the record. And then as part of a hearing that we held in the Oversight Investigations on Energy and Commerce, which does have jurisdiction over the Office of Refugee Resettlement, the Inspector General came into that hearing, and they had prepared a report from the, and I would also like to submit for the record the Office of Inspector General operational challenges within ORR and the ORR emergency intake site at Fort Bliss hindered case management for children.
Without objection.
So on page 15 of this report, headline is the Office of Refugee Resettlement issued field guidance that removes certain steps of the sponsor screening process across ORR facilities, potentially increasing children's risk of release to unsafe sponsors. Subparagraph, according to federal field specialist supervisors, some ORR field guidance issued from March of 2021 through June of 2021 was developed without adequate input from ORR staff with expertise in child welfare. Well, let me translate that for you. Originally, ORR could only release children in their custody to family members or close relatives after appropriate vetting. But they changed the guidance. It was a field guidance that was issued in March of 2021 where they didn't need to take those protective steps anymore. So I actually believe, Chairman McCall, that 85,000 number that you referenced, when we actually know that number is going to be significantly higher because Secretary Mayorkas unilaterally changed by field guidance, not something that went through the Administrative Procedures Act, certainly not something that came through a legislative committee in regular order, but by field guidance said, we don't need to do this work anymore, and we can send these kids wherever the heck it is we want. And that is what has led to the crisis that the New York Times has published these articles. We have to have a secure border. After we have a secure border, we can talk about any number of immigration reforms any one of us would like to see, but we do not have a secure border. And in fact, the border is becoming less secure by the hour. And over these next 48 hours, again, I submit we are going to see a crisis of really, really unheralded proportions. So again, Mr. Chairman, I do want to ask that both of these articles.
Doctor, can I respond to that?
Yes,
Because I have
would
to say,
you
this is what worries me. These children that come in are being sent to stash houses, essentially. And I've lived this for a long time, but this is the worst. And so they're not vetted. The sponsors aren't vetted properly. You got 10, maybe 20 kids going to the same house. This is not a mom and pop thing, not a mom and pop shop, really. It's a trafficking organization that's happening inside this country right now. And it's the children that are being affected by this policy.
And if I recall correctly, it was the Houston Chief of Police that said, not to Homeland Security, but ORR, you're releasing all of these children to the same address, and you don't even know where that is. And there was no vetting of the process. And Secretary Mayorkas issued field guidance, not going through normal administrative procedures, not going through the legislative branch. Here's the field guidance, we can just kind of send them wherever we want. And that is nuts. And we're asking for trouble. We're asking for more disasters. But as bad as it is today, a week from now, there's no telling what the numbers are that we're going to see. We all know they're going up. They're high now, but they're going to get higher. and more people are going to be hurt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. We now go for questions to my good friend from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Hernandez.
Thank you ever so much, Chair Cole, for giving me the opportunity. And before I get into questioning, I wondered if Ranking Member Nadler might want to respond to some of those questions that we were just hearing.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to make one point. Title V of this bill will result in long-term detention of children. This title eliminates the current requirement that DHS transfer children within 72 hours to HHS custody. During the border surge of 2018 under the Trump administration, we saw horrible images of many children held in CPB custody in crowded and often squalid conditions for lengthy periods of time. If this bill is implemented, if Title V of this bill is implemented, the lengthy detention of children in such hard conditions would become standard operating procedure. I thank the gentlelady.
Will the gentlelady yield for a response?
Actually, I want to respond to that first. And I think that I've been at the border following under the Biden administration, and I saw the way in which our Custom Patrol officers were working really hard to make sure that those children were processed as quickly as possible. They were moving them into nonprofits where they were being well cared for. And the problem is one of funding. There had been supplemental funding to provide for this, and we need to continue to provide for that supplemental funding. And what we have to do is fix the broken immigration system. And I think that's what we all agree on, but we should not fix it on top of the backs of these poor children. And as I was there at the border, and you might appreciate this, Representative Burgess, as I was there at the border, I recalled another story of a refugee, another story of somebody, of a mother who was going to send her child to a place that she believed he would be safe because she knew that where she lived, he would not be safe. And so that mother gathered her baby and she put him in a small raft and put him on the Nile River and sent him downstream. Because if she would have kept him at home, she knew he would die. That baby was welcomed. That baby was Moses. And I call upon us here, I call upon my Republicans to think about the story of Moses and imagine what it must be like to be a parent who sends her child north through the Darien Gap, through all of these tragic circumstances, because they want their children to live. They want their children to live. Earlier, we heard from Representative Joaquin that was what was written on the application for his grandmother, that grandmother was sent here in order to live. And I think that is a really key thing of what we must do. Now, I want to address the issue that Dr. Burgess did raise with regards to the debt ceiling, because it strikes me that comprehensive immigration reform, something like the U.S. Citizenship Act, would spur economic growth. Indeed, the last time Congress seriously considered comprehensive immigration reform in 2013, the CBO estimated it would increase gross domestic product by $1.4 trillion. So if we're serious about addressing economic issues in our fiscal house, we would actually pass comprehensive immigration reform, the kind of reform that would make it possible for those who are now here working, those who are now here starting businesses but without papers, that they would then be able to contribute to our economy. I actually am old enough to have participated in the Immigration Reform and Control Act as an attorney helping those who were going to gain lawful status through the IRCA. What we saw was a boost in economic activity from that, a significant boost. But let's talk about bills that we've actually put forth and where do we get that support from? When I'm in New Mexico, I let everybody know, I have a rural district, so I'm talking to my farmers, I'm talking to my home builders, and what I hear them say over and over again is they want us to pass immigration reform that addresses their need for workers, that addresses their need for workers on the ranches, the farmers, that allows dreamers to stay in the U.S. I'm going to ask each of the chairs, yes or no. Does this bill that we're presently put before us, does it address the need for additional workers that we have in our society? Perhaps I'll start with you.
This is a border security bill, not an immigration bill, as I understand it. Once we get border security, we can fix the immigration. The problem is it has been exemplified by this administration's unsecuring the border. It creates an incentive that drives more and more folks into the country. If you fix the immigration system and provide with an unsecure border, it's just even more. So that's why our argument, I think Mr. Burgess was, or Congressman Burgess was making this point earlier. Let's get border security, and then let's talk about immigration reform. But this bill, by its title, and I think by its content,
thank you so very much, Chairman. Because I think that really is a difference of opinion. That I think that what we're looking at is that we can do both. That we should do both, because in order to do comprehensive, you need to address both. And you need to address those things that are most impactful to our issues, which I'll get to in a bit. By the way, did you vote for the Bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act last cycle?
I'd have to go look. I don't remember.
Let me tell you, that Bipartisan Farm Worker Modernization Act, that was one of those pieces of legislation that was worked out by those most impacted, right? It was worked on by the United Farm Workers, and they came to the table and they told us, you know what, it doesn't have everything we want, but it has what we need. It was worked on by those whose businesses depend on those workers. So it was both business was at the table, farm workers were at the table. We had a bill. It was bipartisan. Mr. Chair, I don't believe you did vote. You did not vote for it.
Probably did.
And actually, Chair McCall, do you recall if you voted for it?
I don't believe I did.
I don't think you did. And Chair Jordan, I know you didn't vote for it either. But those are
I'm sure there was some reason in there.
But those are the kinds of things that if we did that, right, that is bipartisan, we would start addressing so many of the issues we have, especially in rural areas like mine. And I'm looking over at our ranking member, Thompson. You and I often talk about the issues that we need addressed in rural areas. You and I, we represent big rural areas. Tell me, how does what we're looking at now impact your rural communities?
Well, thank you very much. I have a large agricultural district that depends significantly on the migrant labor force to harvest our crops. Without it, those crops could not be harvested, to be honest with you, whether the individuals are coming in from the southern border or from the northern border or wherever. In addition to that, our challenge is we have a value system as Americans that we have to uphold. The Homeland Security part of this bill would say that those NGOs that were talked about earlier, that if one person they helped turn out to be illegal, they could get no additional DHS funds. And if in my situation, I have a working disaster in my district right now, if the Red Cross or another NGO are trying to help people with lodging or whatever, if they are cited, then they lose all the funding associated with DHS. So we put a lot of people out of work. There are some other issues associated with it, and I know there are some challenges that we have to look at, but those NGOs play a significant part in addressing a lot of issues along the southern border, and for us to try to punish them for their humanitarian efforts would not be good.
we often refer to those NGOs and to the many volunteers who work with them who have huge hearts. Imagine the compassion that these organizations have. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for nodding, because you know what these NGOs are facing, and you know they have big hearts, right? But they have a lot of volunteers, and they are there to help out. Representative Sheila Jerflicus McCormick, sorry if I mess up the name. Tell me about your experience and how you see this as actually, I think, are you our only representative in Congress who is a migrant from Haiti? Am I correct on that?
Thank you so much. I'm the only member of Congress as a Democrat who's ever been a descendant of Haitians. My parents came from Haiti fleeing a dictatorship. And one thing I wanted to make very clear is that the incentive to leave your home, to come through water, walking, millions of people don't make it to this country, and they take that risk, and it's only because you have no other choice. It's pressed. Could you hear me?
It's lit.
It's low? Okay. So what I was saying, the incentives. This bill, when it deals with the foreign affairs part of it, it doesn't deal with the actual incentive. No one is incentivized to come to the United States because of the policies. It's because of you have no other choice. You're suffering in your country, you are being persecuted. But what we do have an opportunity to do is actually add and create bills that would deal with the root causes. When we look at what's going on and why we have such high migration patterns, in fact, it's because of the post-COVID world, coupled with the rise of authoritarian regimes that are trying to pop up throughout Latin America and in South America. In addition to that, the gangs that are growing. And to be quite honest with you, our inaction in the last administration with dealing with our foreign neighbors and being good partners. We have an opportunity right now to have bilateral relationships, multilateral relationships and funding, helping those root causes, especially when it comes to food insecurities, when it comes to political insecurity. We can live up to our reputations at this moment and be that beacon of hope for all countries. But we have to start with doing what we do in foreign affairs, which is building and stepping in and being the diplomats we can be. And so that's the problem I have with this bill here. This is actually not dealing with incentives. And I hear a lot of it, like we have incentive policies now to come to the United States. That is absolutely incorrect. The motivation to come to this country is because of desperation. And we have to address that. So when we look at what we can do, let's incentivize them to stay home. Let's incentivize them to be in their native land. No one wants to migrate to the United States, especially at this time. You want to be in your homeland. You want to be with your family. Millions die on this trek. Millions give up their lives trying to get here. They understand the risk of being trafficked. Women understand that. They understand the risk of their children being taken from them. But the other risk is being dismembered in your own country. The other risk is being torn apart, watching your child being raped in front of you. We've heard reports in Haiti of a 3-year-old being raped over and over again. Where are our diplomatic efforts? Where are we there trying to make sure we have governance? That's what this portion has to be when we talk about foreign affairs. And we have to come back to that and not surrender to the rhetoric that we hear about what's really incentivizing to have people come to this country. It is not because the border is open. Millions of people are turned away and can never come back. We're not even really looking at asylum seekers and giving them those opportunities with this. And so with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I think what you point out is that we're not incentivizing. Actually, the trouble is us, Congress. Congress has failed to pass immigration reform for decades. The burden lies here, right? And so we've had Republican presidents. Bush kept talking about wanting to solve this, right? We have Republican and Democratic presidents talking about the need to solve this. And because we haven't gotten a bipartisan agreement, I think it lies with us. The blame lies with us in Congress. I'm Chair McCall. I am so sorry to hear of the funerals that your children had to attend to those who lost to fentanyl. New Mexico has a very high rate of addiction and overdose. I often talk about the fact that I lost 2 brothers to addiction. And so these are issues that are really hard for communities, and it's ravaging our communities. So I'm really sorry to hear that, and sorry to hear how close it has struck to your own family and your own home. I guess when I think about it, though, I go back to the Cato Institute study, which actually acknowledged that 90% of the fentanyl that is being brought into the United States is being brought through our ports of entry, is being brought by United States citizens. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to enter into the record the September 14th, 2023 Cato Institute article, "Fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers."
Without objection.
Thank you. And I think that when we think about that we need to really consider seriously the amendment by my own colleague from New Mexico, Representative Vasquez, who actually would direct more money to the border to increase the kind of technology that we know that works at the border. Will you be supporting Representative Vasquez's amendment to direct more money to the border for those kinds of interdictions? It's for non-intrusive inspection technology for $305 million.
Well, I can't speak to her amendment. I'll tell you, I do support technology that can screen. I think that's smart border security, policy.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I met with the DEA administrator just a couple of days ago. This is all coming from China, and it goes through one port in western, Mexico, and it spirals up into the United States, and it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's absolutely everywhere. And my good friend on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman Meeks, and I marked up a bill on Haiti, on international law enforcement, on sanctioning gang members, on dealing with the political situation. And I agree. We got to deal with the root cause of this as well. My dear colleague, Mr. Green, has a bill on Central America, providing more private investment in Central America. Because when you have lawlessness and chaos and gangs and warlords in Haiti, lack of opportunity, you're going to drive that magnet. And we're just saying the policy, though, of political asylum is pulling the magnet into the United States as well.
Yeah. So, I think we have. I think what I want to make sure is that when we talk about fentanyl, because I get fentanyl when I go home. I'm a border state. The issue of fentanyl gets raised, and I think because it gets talked about all the time in relationship to asylum seekers, it gets confusing. I want to make sure everybody knows the facts are clear. Fentanyl is coming in through the ports of entry by 90% by United States citizens and not by asylum seekers. We do not have little kids bringing it.
It's a border security issue, not
It's a border security issue. Thank you. Thank you.
Could I make a
Mr.
comment
Chairman,
about the
yes.
90%, though? My degree is in economics, and so if you'll just bear with me just a second about the math equation to come up with that 90%. What they're doing, to say that 90% of what is seized is seized at the ports of entry, when you equate that to that's where 90% of the fentanyl comes into the United States, that's a false correlation, because if that were the case, there wouldn't be fentanyl in the United States, right? I mean, so it's 90%, X is the number seized over, that's seized at the crossing sites, is divided by the number seized at the crossing site plus the number seized not at the crossing site, leaves out the number that we don't know because it didn't get seized. So you can't say that because 90% is seized at the crossing sites, 90% of the fentanyl is seized. That's a faulty mathematical equation. We have video in our committee of coyotes wearing backpacks, camouflage, and carpet shoes pouring across ranchers on game camera footage with fentanyl. And they find the drop sites in Arizona. I'm sure they're in New Mexico as well, where hundreds of backpacks are found by law enforcement empty at a drop site where they're loading the fentanyl and bringing it in. Those numbers aren't in the equation. So you're accurate if you're saying that 90% of what is seized at the ports of entry. Well, that's where we got all the people looking. But if you say 90% of the fentanyl that comes into the United States comes in at a port of entry, that's mathematically incorrect. And I just want to make that point.
Thank you thank you so very much for it. But I think that what it does say, and in fact what you just said, is backpacks being left. And we actually have seen under this administration increased interdiction of fentanyl. So there is an increased effort to address the fentanyl coming in. And the backpacks that are being left by the coyotes, and I think that we need to go after them strong. I mean, they are hurting my community, they're hurting your communities, they're hurting the United States. But when you look at whether it is these asylum seekers who are bringing it, that's when you try to equate that, that's the other
I've never
problem.
said those words, and I agree with you. There are people who are legitimately want to come here for their betterment. I get that. The vast majority of people that are coming for their betterment. I understand that completely. The problem is that with the open border system we have, the drug cartels are taking advantage of it. And so and it was fascinating that Merrick Garland said this was the cartel strategy in testimony to the Senate, that they're massing people paying coyotes at crossing sites so that they can sneak the fentanyl and the bad, nefarious individuals between the ports of entry. And that Secretary Mayorkas said he was unaware of that strategy.
So Chairman Green, did you vote for the debt ceiling bill 2 weeks ago to cap discretionary
funding? Yes, I did.
funding?
Yeah, we got to get our spending under control.
As we know, we asked the department, how would this impact your ability to continue to interdict? And they said it would lead to 2,400 fewer frontline CBP law enforcement officers. Representative Thompson, Ranking Member Thompson, do you have some thoughts on this conversation?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, the technology improvements we proposed in markup didn't get approved. The only issue from a technology standpoint that the Homeland people are two-way radios. I mean, that's kind of horse and buggy. You need it, but we offered intrusive scanning capability at our ports of entry. That was turned down. All of the technological advances that we clearly understand that would help identify the fentanyl and other drugs coming across the border, that was turned down. In terms of the statistics that the Cato Institute and other people talk about, those are statistics brought by the FBI, the other regulatory agencies who do this for a living. It's not a study. So I think those figures are accurate. Our real charge is the Homeland Security part of this bill, puts at risk a lot of opportunity to work with people who get here. Our NGOs do a wonderful job at that. Now, everybody has stories, but the real part about it is as we work with the officials, I think it's important for us to come up with a system. That's why my plea is with my chairman now. After this border bill, he's publicly said we're going to do some bipartisan legislation. I really want to see it because we have the history in this committee on Homeland to work that out. The last point is the ports of entry are the prime place that the fentanyl comes. I mean, that's it. Now, the other points, I can't argue that, but in terms of the facts, when you start looking at the collection of the fentanyl, we capture them at the ports of entry. I mean, that's the facts. And so would people want to catch more with the new technology? If it had been included in this bill, we could catch more. We didn't get it included. We offered to get some new people hired. We didn't get the new numbers for additional people hired. In the past, when we tried to get it, new people brought on board, my Republican colleagues voted against it. We need good people working at the border, and we can't turn down those opportunities. So we look forward to working with them. We have a problem with drones coming across the border. We produced a drone amendment in the markup because our people working at the border tells us drones are now one of those new technologies the bad people are using, and we need some anti-drone technology to defeat it. We couldn't get it approved, so we continue to look at technology, but we have to look at it in a forward manner, not in the rearview mirror.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. And I think that's what is so problematic about this bill, is that it's not a bill that's been worked out in a bipartisan fashion that looks at what the problem is and says, let's solve it, rather than let's create a political messaging, let's beat up on the president. This is not something that we should turn into a political football. It really needs, we need that kind of comprehensive immigration reform. We need the comprehensive border security that looks like at how they're all done. I really am looking forward to Chairman Green. 70% of Americans favor the DREAM Act and addressing the fact that we have dreamers who are doctors, who are artists, who are nurses, who are teachers, who are so many amazing things, but we cannot get the DREAM Act passed. Chairman Green, when you talk about being ready to support others, are you supportive of the DREAM Act?
I'd have to look at it. I haven't seen that bill. I don't know the exact wording. And I, just like I tell the government affairs people and the lobbyists who come into my office and say a great idea, I don't say yes until I read that entire bill. So I'd have to read it and take a look at it.
Thank you, Chairman Green. We have introduced the, I was co-sponsor of the one last year and last cycle and this cycle, but that act has been introduced numerous times and it usually basically says the same thing. So hopefully we will get your support for it. And because I think that that's what we need to do, is be real honest and support the things that we know Americans want. And then, I really do appreciate the reference to scripture in terms of how we look at the refugees and asylum seekers and those who are crossing our border. And it reminded me, once again, going to Exodus, to do not oppress a foreigner. You yourselves know how it feels to be foreigners, because once you were. And in many ways, we were all immigrants to this country. Deb Haaland, was not, and Chairman Cole, and Sharice Davis. But so many of the others of us, we depend on immigrants to make our country diverse and vibrant and economically strong. And so I hope that we remember that, and that we remember to treat our Latinos, our Asians, our Haitians with the kind of respect and awe that they deserve, because they go through so much. Representative Burgess, I am sorry. I got caught up in the story of Moses and didn't yield as I had said I would. So I will yield now.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out to Chairman or Ranking Member Nadler. Thank goodness he's Ranking Member Nadler. You referenced the previous administration, but it was actually in 2014 in the Obama administration when those horrific pictures of kids in cages were first published. It was our colleague Henry Cuellar who surreptitiously took pictures at the Ursula unit in McAllen, Texas. And furthermore, when first many of those kids were moved to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio just to deal with the overwhelming numbers at that time that were coming in. Ana Hernandez, who was the First Lady of Honduras, came to San Antonio and she was asked, why don't you want your children back? And she said, of course we want our children back. And so the Obama administration accommodated them and flew those children back to Honduras. It had the immediate effect of rapidly diminishing the number of unaccompanied minors from Honduras that showed up in America. So to Mr. Jordan's point, it does work. That was a policy that was asked for by the Obama administration. allowed to be used in the Obama administration. It actually worked. And all we're asking is for a similar path forward in this bill. This is a border security bill, not an immigration bill. Fix the border. We can have the discussions about immigration reform. Back in 1986, the Simpson-Mazzoli bill, because of the double cross that occurred then, they told President Reagan, "You give us amnesty, and we'll fix the security problems." Well, they got the amnesty, and they never fixed the security problems. Most of the people that I represent do not want to take that risk again. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Burgess. Ranking Member, do you want to add anything to that, or shall we move on? And I will move on, but I think the image that is seared in so many Americans' minds is those babies and those children torn from their parents during the prior administration. And I just hope that we remember that and reject it always, because that is not who we are. We are much better than that. America is much better than that. And so with that, I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentlelady. Before we proceed to the next member for questions, I understand we need, once again, to switch out one of our witnesses. Do any members have any questions specifically for Chairman Jordan?
And Mr. Chair, can maybe his replacement answer questions about the?
I think his replacement is more than capable of answering questions, and just showed up, and I know is eager to join us. So,
Thank you, Mr.
seeing none, without objection, my friend's excused. Mr. McClintock will replace Chairman Jordan on the panel. And with that, we'll go to my friend from Minnesota for any questions she may have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I was going to, I think first I just really wanted to point out, my colleague from New Mexico talked about, comprehensive immigration reform and all kinds of things in the bill from last year. But I just wanted to point out that the Democrats were in control of everything last year and still failed to do it. It did pass out of the House, but so I just wanted to point that out. So when you say we need to pass it, you had the opportunity last year and weren't able to do that.
With the representative
For
yield?
just a moment, yes. I will yield.
Well, we did pass it out of the House. It was bipartisan. We could not get enough Republican senators because of the filibuster. We needed more Republican senators. So yes, we, in the House, we were in control. But as you know, the Senate has its own rules. And we had Democratic support, but we did not have sufficient Republican support in the Senate. So thank you, yes.
But then it must not have been a bill that could have bipartisan support if you couldn't get it. But we won't go on that. I just had to point it on. I just had to point that, yes. Dr. Burgess, I'll
Will yield for an observation. In 2010, in a lame duck session of Congress, the House once again passed Senator Durbin's bill about addressing the Dreamers. They did not pass it in the Senate with 3 Republican yes votes. And the reason they didn't pass it in the Senate, remember, they had a 60-vote majority in the Senate at the time. 5 Democratic senators voted no. The last time they had the opportunity was swing and a miss. Thank you. I yield back.
And I just wanted to point that out because we keep talking about how we need this, but you had the opportunity and couldn't do it. But Mr. McClintock, I don't mean to put you on the spot just the second you get here, but I did have some questions. I'm from an ag district, and there was some discussion before you got here about some of the, the effects on the ag industry that this bill might have. And, we're struggling, like ag industry and many industries are struggling with workforce issues. And I was just hoping that maybe to change the direction of the discussion. And can you talk about some of the provisions in the bill that could potentially help the ag industry and farmers with reliable access and retaining reliable workforce?
Well, first of all, it repeals the adverse effect wage rate regulations of the Biden administration. That the
Gentleman's mic on?
can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah, it repeals the adverse effect wage rate regulations. There's also a provision that I believe was agreed to in negotiations the night before last that postpones the provisions of E-Verify until it can be certified there would be no adverse effect on farm labor supplies.
So there are some reasonable things in here that would help with those issues.
Oh, yes,
That
yes.
the rural communities are facing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to the good work of a lot of our representatives from agricultural districts.
Thank you. And, I appreciate the repeal of the wage rule of the wage, and some bureaucrats in the Department of Labor with no experience in the field decided to set a so-called modest rule that would increase costs for farmers in my district by nearly 15%. This is on top of the regulatory onslaught brought on by this administration over the past 2.5 years, as well as crippling inflation. And I'm deeply concerned about the administration's complete lack of attention to the needs of rural America. And so I'm really glad that this was included. And just wanted to maybe talk a little bit, and of course, then my computer freezes up. But, maybe just some of how that border security, not only in the way of fentanyl, but if we secure the border, it helps our communities all the way from Minnesota, all over the country. And maybe we can just refocus and talk a little bit about the issues that are caused when we have, a free-flowing border.
Well, again, first of all, the numbers are already staggering, and I'm afraid they're going to be dwarfed this week as the borders completely collapse before our eyes. In the last 20, we had secure borders on Inauguration Day. By mid-afternoon, we didn't. Joe Biden repealed the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. He ordered cessation of any kind of activity on the border wall, and he ordered ICE to stop enforcing deportation orders. There are about 1.2 million deportation orders. People have gone through the process, been ordered deported, and those orders are not being carried out. But the number that they've allowed into the country deliberately, 2.1 million. That is larger than the state of Nebraska. While the Border Patrol's been taking names and changing diapers on the border, overwhelmed by these numbers, 1.5 million known gotaways. These are people we watched on video cross the border or tracked crossing the border, but evaded any kind of interception or capture. That's 1.5 million. That is the larger than the state of Hawaii. That's all in just 28 months. I've never understood how the Democrats believe that our schools are going to be improved by packing classrooms with non-English speaking students, or how our hospitals are going to be made more accessible by flooding emergency rooms with illegals demanding care, or how our communities are made safer by introducing cartels into our neighborhoods and then making it all but impossible to remove criminal illegal aliens through their sanctuary policies. I don't understand how 300 deaths a day from fentanyl coming across the border, that's the equivalent of two 737 airliners crashing every single day in this country, and they don't seem to be the least bit upset about that. What are we doing to working families by flooding the labor market with cheap illegal labor? The impact of these policies is being felt by every American, as every Border Patrol officer has told me. They don't stay here. They go throughout the country. And now you're seeing the social safety net meant to help Americans in need collapsing before our eyes. And you're hearing that not from Fox News. You're hearing it from Lori Lightfoot and other Democratic mayors across the country.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I just, the concern is nationwide about the issues that come along with, and the crime that comes along with that open border. And I mean, we all were back in our districts last week, and I was talking to a sheriff in rural Minnesota in a small county, and he was talking about the fentanyl, and
there was a serial killer just caught in Davis, California. Came here as a UAC. He was part of the DACA program, apparently.
But I will, given that I've frozen up a little bit, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Unanimous consent request to insert in the record a statement that explains how the E-Verify mandatory program will force many of our farms to go under. So
Without objection.
there's no spin here. Yeah.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for any questions he cares to ask.
Chairman, Congresswoman Porter's got another meeting
That'd be fine. Well, gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Thank you for coming here to testify today. I appreciate your time. The Biden border crisis has made every state a border state, including the state of Indiana, where I'm from. I visited the border earlier this year. I went to Eagle Pass, Texas, and Uvalde. I visited the unaccompanied minors processing center, where I encountered 10 unaccompanied teenagers between the ages of 14 and 17, and one 5-year-old girl. There was a 16-year-old female holding on to this 5-year-old girl, cradling her in her arms. And we spoke to these children and asked, "Is this your sister?" She said, "No, they handed her to me as I crossed the border. She has no family." Border Patrol agents let us know that after the new policies under this administration, these kids are really just handed a piece of paper where they're supposed to be taken once they get here. I worked in child services for about the first few years of my career. We couldn't send foster children across state lines without a significant, elaborate process to verify when they get there they're going to be safe. So I don't know if the number is 85,000 kids. Dr. Burgess, I imagine it's probably higher than that, of kids that we don't know what happened to them. But what I know is that we're not DNA testing. Maybe we're calling them, but is that calling the human trafficking home to say, did so-and-so show up? That's not ensuring the safety of these kids. And we've heard about families that want to send young children over here because they're unsafe at home. But Border Patrol agents found an infant in a field alone, covered in fire ants, nearly dead. And they were able to save that young baby boy's life. Many do not make it across the border, adults and children. When I visited Uvalde, I heard of high-speed chases that occur 3 and 4 times a week, shutting down the schools. I've heard that the ER is full of women. The OB units are full of women having babies, and Border Patrol agents must stay there while those women are in labor. What Border Patrol agents have described to me is like a war zone, and that's certainly not far from what I witnessed. In Eagle Pass, Texas, we visited a homeowner where he sees 500 to 1,000 crossings across the river every day. His property, 4 acres of his property, looked like a landfill. He and others expressed to me that when Title 42 expires, they expect a 4-fold increase in border crossings every day. It is a humanitarian crisis. Now, we've heard from our friends across the aisle that this has no chance of being enacted into law. I think there's a chance of it being enacted into law. The Democrats just have to vote for this bill. And they need to join us. There can't be a head-in-the-sand approach on the border. Securing the border is the first step in comprehensive immigration reform. Now, I also heard some comments about show me a 30-foot wall, I will show you a 35-foot ladder. But I can tell you it's faster to cross an unimpeded border than it is to climb a 30-foot fence. Border Patrol agents would tell you that this is not just build a wall. The wall is a deterrent. It can slow them down. They also need technology. They also need personnel. They told me, as part of the Trump administration, that all of that was planned. Wall, technology, personnel. And that once the administration took over, the Biden administration took over, all of that was out the window. And we are in a crisis. So I'm encouraging, I think that if anyone saw what I saw at the border, they would say, this can't continue. We must secure the border. And we must join together to do that. So I would encourage our friends across the aisle to come together and join us in securing the border. Indiana has a tracker for opioid and fentanyl-related overdose deaths in our state. 220 of my constituents in the 9th District have died from drug-related overdose deaths in the last year alone. That's 220 sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, family members. Even one is too many. And many of those deaths are a direct result of the influx of drugs like fentanyl from across our unchecked southern border. Chairman Green, I appreciate your comments about how we don't know how much fentanyl is crossing the border illicitly. I can tell you that Border Patrol agents told me when I visited Uvalde that there as many as 85 children are being held at one point in Mexico for one day to push them all across at once as a distraction for Border Patrol agents so they can, the cartels can get all the other illicit activity through unimpeded. We've all heard stories, but seeing it in person, it's caused needless pain and suffering for Americans. It's certainly caused needless pain and suffering for those in South Texas. I wonder, why did it take our president so long to visit? Better yet, why hasn't anything been done to secure the border? Just a few feet from where I was standing in Eagle Pass, Texas in March. And why are the Democrats silent as we approach the end of Title 42 on Thursday? The Department of Homeland Security has even predicted we could see upwards of 10,000 border crossings a day. That's 10,000 more to add to the numbers, the staggering numbers that we've already seen. It's a national security issue. The president and his administration have failed. They must act to resolve it. On the contrary, Republicans are leading the effort, and this is evidence of that, this bill. So I have a few questions. First for Chairman Green. Why is it so important, why was it so important for the committee to include reconstruction of the border wall in the bill? And what benefit does that give to our national security?
So the issue of the border wall, and thanks for the question, it's pretty simple. Walls work. They do work. CBP actually itself published an article on it. When the wall was built in Yuma, there was an 87% decrease in illegal crossings from FY19 to FY20. There is others, October 2020 CBP press release, and I quote, "The results speak for themselves. Illegal drug, border crossings, and human smuggling activities have decreased in areas where barriers are deployed. The border wall is forcing drug smugglers to where we are best prepared to catch them, our ports of entry." The walls do work, despite arguments made to the contrary. And there was a study done on the San Diego wall when it was implemented that showed a 98% decrease in illegal border crossing. So substantially, and I'll just speak as a military guy who used to, I mean, we use walls to canalize people, which means to make them all move to a certain area where you can better control them, you can better assist them. They work. And they're clearly, I agree with Chief Ortiz when he said that we're not going to build a wall from sea to shining sea. It's not necessary, but there are areas where it would be beneficial. When asked under oath in front of our committee just recently, the chief of the Border Patrol, currently working for the Secretary of, Secretary Mayorkas, said that he disagreed with President Biden's immediate stop of border wall construction. I think that says it all.
Thank you. One of the things that I heard when I was in Uvalde is that the illicit activity is totaling $3.5 million a week in drug trafficking, human trafficking, organ trafficking, and other things. Can you elaborate on the improvements of the technology that are included in this bill and how that assists DHS in apprehending human and drug traffickers and smugglers?
So in this bill, we have a technology plan that we're asking for from the department where they will go and build out basically their technology requests. And it also requires that they create a plan that extends beyond the current needs so that they're forecasting how they'll do acquisitions, et cetera, for any new technology that's developed or implemented or evolves over the next several years. So the bill specifically says that they have to create a plan, come back to us with that plan, and then we'll execute, appropriations, et cetera, to get that done.
Thank you. Mr. McClintock, regarding the crisis of the unaccompanied children at our southwest border, we've heard some of this from Dr. Burgess, but isn't it true that the Obama-Biden administration sought to have the authority to quickly screen and return children back home?
Yes, they did. And by the way, we do that. Any child that comes to us through Canada or Mexico, there's a resident of those countries, we get them safely home. That's what you do. If a little waif showed up on your doorstep, you wouldn't take them 10 doors down to the sweatshop or worse. You'd get them safely home. And this bill simply says that we're going to try to get every child safely home. Because again, you want to stop this. This is trafficking. The cartels are doing the trafficking. They are making thousands and thousands of dollars on every child they bring into this country through this horrific and dangerous process. I've asked the Border Patrol, how do we stop this? Send them home. The cartels don't give refunds. The moment one of these children is returned to their home, the trafficking stops because their business will dry up. And for some reason, we can't get our colleagues to understand this fundamental point.
And isn't that the same authority that we're providing in H.R. 2?
Yes.
Yes. Regarding the changes to asylum law, isn't it true that those with legitimate asylum claims can have their cases heard faster, years faster than they would under the current
Well, of course, the
asylum
courts
backlog?
are completely glutted now with phony asylum claims. Why are they making the phony asylum claims? Because they work. You make a phony asylum claim, it's very simple. You get instant admission to the United States. You get a free ticket anywhere you want to go. You get lots of free stuff, including cash. You get indefinite residency permission. You get indefinitely work authorization. And years from now, when they finally get around to your case and you're ordered deported, you can be very confident you're not going to be deported. Under this administration, we've got 1.2 million deportation orders that are simply going unenforced. They've been through the process, they've been ordered deported, and the administration simply refuses to enforce those deportations. That's why they're coming. Now, this bill says, by the way, this bill says, if you want to make an asylum claim, you may. And it will be processed. But we're going to enforce the existing law. This is not a new law. The existing law that says that during the pendency of your claim, you must be detained. As Justice Alito said, shall be detained means shall be detained. The problem is this administration refuses to do so. So what we're saying is if you're not going to be detained here in the United States, you're free to return to Mexico. You're free to seek a residency in any safe third country that we have an agreement with, but you're not going to be admitted into the country. Suddenly, all of the incentives to make phony claims disappear, and now you've got room for the legitimate claims to be heard in a timely manner.
Thank you. Yes, just for a minute.
It's just not true that the administration is not deporting people. We just were dealing with the deportation of a gentleman in my district.
There are 1.2, Ms. Scanlon, there are 1.2 million deportation orders that this administration is not enforcing. Well, this administration, this president, on his first day in office, ordered ICE not to enforce deportations. You can't get any more brazen than that.
I will also just add that, my husband has been a prosecutor for 16 years. He's now a judge. And during the Obama administration could not get people that committed violent crimes and sex crimes deported. They are in U.S. prisons. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Republicans, once again, are leading with the strongest border security bill that we've seen in years. I hope that our Democrat colleagues will finally join us in securing the border. As I said, this is the first step in comprehensive immigration reform. We must secure the border for all the reasons that we've discussed today, and I'm proud to support this bill. With that, I yield back to Mr. Norman. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. A gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the panelists coming in. The sad part about all this that we're seeing play out, and Congressman McClintock, you mentioned it, you're only as good as if you enforce it. Now, everybody's up in arms about Title 42 ending. They haven't, since this administration took office, they haven't been enforcing it anyway. The numbers show that. I've been to the border like I think most of y'all. It is sickening to see what's happening. It's sickening to see the children that are getting raped. It's sickening to see the fentanyl that came into South Carolina, and I would add we're all border states now, that could have killed half of the state of South Carolina, which is 2.4 million people. We got a total population of 5.2. It's sickening to see the farmers we met with when we went to the border. Fences are being cut, walls are being built to protect themselves. To hear the farmer plead with us, please do something. It's sickening to see law enforcement who we met with this week who don't know who in the world they're stopping when illegals are committing crimes in this country. The blood is on the hands of this administration for letting this go. And it cannot be said any clearer. And to even try to make the argument that during the Trump administration, the numbers were not down. He was building 900 miles of wall and going to have designated points of entry. If walls don't work, take the locks off your house, folks. Take the doors down, let everybody in. It doesn't work. And Ms. McClintock, like you mentioned, the schools that are being overrun now, the emergency rooms that are being overrun all over this country, it's sickening to see that we could solve it, but they're just not going to do it. This administration is devoid of any reason. They're doing it for one thing, votes. And that's, it was shown in New York City when they're giving them licenses. It was shown when we were visiting. They were getting on airplanes. Where was the COVID vaccine card that the illegals had? They had none. And so the NGOs that are supporting this, is sickening to see this. And the issue that all of us face, how are you going to walk this back? How do you walk this back in America? You can't, unless you line buses up all over the country and deport people back. And I'm sick and tired of hearing, you have dreamers. You have people who are valid, who want to be here. That's true, but you verify it. And that's what this administration is not going to do. Ms. McClintock, from an enforcement standpoint, and let's say this bill passes the House and the Senate in a perfect world, where's the enforcement part of this? We've got another year of horror under this administration. Where is the order going to come to enforce anything that's in this bill before us?
It's a blessing sometimes and a curse sometimes, but in a democracy, you get the government you vote for. This is the government that the people of the United States voted for. If it turns out it's a government that is not to their liking, they have the opportunity to rectify that in the next election. I am convinced this is a deliberate policy. It will continue as long as the people responsible for it remain in office. If you want to know why all of this is happening, this is exactly, if you voted for the Democrats, this is exactly what you voted for. And if that surprises you, you weren't paying very close attention, because they made it very clear this was their intention. So ultimately, it will be up to the American people. Our job is to provide the laws that can be used to restore the integrity of our borders, as history screams this warning at us that countries that either cannot or will not enforce their borders simply aren't around very long. Without enforcement of our immigration laws, we have no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no borders. And if we have no borders, we are no longer a country. We are simply a vast international territory between Canada and Mexico. And that is what the Democrats, I believe, have deliberately imposed on our country, and it's going to be up ultimately to the American people to stop them.
And it's sad to say it's probably going to take another 9/11. That will happen.
Well, that's what worries me the most of all. 1.5 million known gotaways. Now, again, those are the people we actually saw crossing the border illegally. We know nothing about them at all. But we do know this. When this administration unconditionally surrendered Bagram Air Force Base, we had the Parwan military detention facility there. It was housing more than 5,000 most dangerous terrorists on the planet. We know where one of those 5,000 went. 10 days later, one of those 5,000 went to Abbey Gate at Kabul airport and detonated the bomb that killed 13 U.S. Marines. We don't know where the other 5,000 are. We do know We've been able to intercept 100 or so known terrorists at the border. We don't know how many are among the 1.5 million gotaways. I am afraid there will come a day when we will suffer a coordinated attack by terrorists who come through our southern border during this period of time. The other thing I worry about a lot is we are introducing the violent cartels into our major cities. How long will it be before we start seeing the kind of gun battles break out in our American cities that have become routine in Mexico?
Well, it's not a matter of if, it's just when. When you don't have a border, it's not a matter of if, it's just when. Mr. McCall and Congressman Green, y'all both on the national security front. How dangerous is what this administration has been doing? How do you put a figure on what is most likely going to affect this country for a long time? How many more 3,000 deaths are we going to have to take before we finally wake up? And this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an American issue.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. I was a counterterrorism federal prosecutor in Texas with the border. I've been dealing with this issue for well over 20 years and chairman of Homeland. But when you have 5 million encounters and 5 million people potentially in this country that have no legal status, where they're manipulated with trafficking, with the women get trafficked, the men go to gangs. Mr. McClintock mentioned the numbers on potential terrorists. When I chaired Homeland, that was the stat I asked every week I had my classified briefings. How many special interest aliens got in? How many on the terror watch list? Because that was the number that was the biggest threat. Biggest threat. It has a financial toll that's beyond belief. But then the fentanyls, the human toll on that, 100,000 people dead. That's more than Vietnam over 20 years. 100,000 people, and that number's climbing. It's coming in from China, going through Mexico, and it's going all throughout the United States. When you don't have any accountability and you have a wide open border, you don't know who's coming in, you're really asking for it. Not to mention the crime rate, which we're going to see soar as a result of this, because they're not going to have any legal status. So what do you do living in the shadows? I mean, it's very common sense, as you're pointing out, the dangers this is such a threat to the United States, not only from a criminal standpoint, but a national security standpoint and a drug standpoint. And if we don't get control over this soon, I'm afraid it'll be hard to turn back.
Well, we've got Congressman Green.
Sure. The 1.5 million gotaways, the known number. You can add on to that what Chief Ortiz believes is another 20%, where they are hits at the fiber optics in the ground, where they know people are coming across, but they're not getting their eyes on, so they don't count those as gotaways. They actually have another term for it, but he thinks that number is another 20%, so another 300, so 1.8 million. And it's interesting right now, if you turn yourself into Customs and Border Patrol, you're going to get released into the country. They're not deporting. They've allowed the return agreements to expire with the other countries. So, I mean, you're good. So if you're intentionally avoiding CBP, it begs the question, what's the intent? We talked about the videos earlier of the drug, packs of fentanyl coming in, et cetera. What concerns me more is when we talk to the sector chiefs, and we're gathering testimony from them now. We have for example, the Del Rio sector, 25 to 35 Chinese nationals, aged 25 to 35 with known associations to the PLA being released into the country every day. Now that's in one sector a day. You think about the Chinese spy balloon that pretty much everybody in the country was frustrated that was allowed to traverse the country. When we get to the bottom of the numbers of people with affiliations with the PLA coming into the United States and just being released into the country, we're going to get to the bottom of it. That's an upcoming planned hearing because of a whistleblower that came to us. I think people are going to really be shocked at what's really happening at our southern border. But it's our intention to shine a light on that over the coming months.
Well, I'll just close with this. Again, to try to walk this back, I don't know how you do it. With what's going on now, we 5 million that we think, but more or less before this administration is over with, we'll have 12 to 15 million. It's like the airline pilot told me off record. He said, "We're struggling. We can't catch everybody. That is most likely going to cause another 9/11." And then what will be our reaction? And I think this is a good bill. It's got some the enforcement issues, as I mentioned. It's got, Mr. Chairman Cole, I know what the 20 of us did back in January was to get a 72-hour rule where we get amendments in place early. This violates that, and that's a problem going forward, a huge problem, because that's not the process that we I think is fair to everybody. Again, it's not a Democrat or Republican; it's an American democracy that the way it ought to work. But thank each one of you for the time. I'm not going to beat a dead horse anymore. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I appreciate that. A couple of things. We're getting ready to recess. So number one, we have 3 votes on the floor. I would advise the witnesses, none of you are excused yet. Your testimony is still here. So immediately after the 3rd vote, we'd request that you return back up here. Obviously, same thing to the members. So if you can just get the first 2 done, cast the 3rd beginning. As soon as we've got everybody back, we'll get going again, try and move through this. With that, committee's in recess.
What are you thinking?
Well, hearing is re-adjourned, so if I'm correct, our next questioner is Mr. Roy from Texas. Gentleman's recognized for such time as he may consume.
I thank the chairman. I thank the witnesses, our colleagues. It's hard to express and to put into words how bad things are in Texas at the moment, as my colleague, the chairman of Foreign Affairs, understands as well. And, you know, all of us with eyes who are looking at what's actually occurring in Texas as we speak. The number of videos I'm getting sent to me from people down on the ground, the number of texts from people in Border Patrol and in DPS explaining how egregious the situation is, it's pretty extraordinary. I got a text just a little bit ago, says, quote, "Be advised of the language." These messages from local law enforcement. Quote, "As of last night, the radios went crazy for West and South Laredo. Waves of illegals, literally just group after group, bum rushing the border. The agents were spread thin as hell. Constables, Precinct 2, Webb County attorneys, and our only game warden are working with their asses off in Rio Bravo, El Cenizo, and South Laredo. Webb County has a stand-down order to not chase pursue, either on foot or in vehicle. Now you've got down here, in my PCT, we're literally all doubled up because our units are breaking down every other day. Ranchers are calling every other hour, stating there are folks on their property, but we can't get there fast enough. I hate to say this, but we're getting our asses handed to us. I used to have patterns, trends, and knew the drop-off pickup areas, but now it's effing free-for-all. Approximately 600 bodies at the Lavarius Gate, just half a mile east from Yarborough, happening right now in El Paso. Another guy, we are almost at Broken Arrow. We are holding over 27,000 in custody. Of that 27,000, a little over 5,000 are processed, waiting for their next phase in the process. Every sector is near 150% capacity. I keep getting, reached out from sheriffs, from people working in law enforcement, DPS. I just got this video where there's just streams of people streaming across the Rio Grande as we speak right now. That's from 5 minutes ago. This is what it's like in our states, in our communities, in the places that we represent. And the consequences here are pretty significant. And unfortunately, while my colleagues like to dismiss this as being somehow calloused and cold-hearted to people seeking asylum, the fact of the matter is the vast majority of the individuals coming are not fleeing from a legitimate fear of persecution, a credible fear of persecution of their political beliefs or religious beliefs, as the data bears out, but rather seeking a better way of life, which no one begrudges. Not one person begrudges the people that are fleeing to come here to find a better way of life. But what you have here is a system being perpetrated by an administration that doesn't care about the rule of law, that is the beacon of hope for the people around the world to come to a place that respects the rule of law, but rather is allowing cartels to profit, moving these individuals, is allowing this process to continue in which people end up getting harmed and hurt. The 856 migrants along the South Texas lands along the Rio Grande or along southern Arizona that died last year, bodies found on ranches, 80-year-old, 75-year-old, 70-year-old ranchers finding dead bodies of young women, migrants along their ranches. We just blithely just ignore that. We just act like that's nothing. We act like that's somehow the humanitarian and, quote, Christian thing to do, to say that it's compassionate to allow our wide open borders to continue. The folks have repeatedly heard the story, the horrific story of the 53 migrants who basically cooked in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last summer in Texas. Just horrific what law enforcement had to find. You say, oh, well, that's a problem because we don't have open enough borders. We don't have enough going on to process folks. The fact of the matter is, if we were actually enforcing our laws in the way that they are designed to ensure that people who have a legitimate asylum claim can have their claim heard and processed, but we are not opening our door to every single individual that would come to the river or come to the border, then we would have not chaos, but we would actually have operational control of the border. To watch Secretary Mayorkas, as my friend from Tennessee questioned, come and sit in front of the committee and say, and smirk to me, saying we have operational control of the border. saying that when he's staring at the statute that says that you must have operational control of the border, and look at me and say, we have operational control of the border, which is what he did a year ago. Meanwhile, just ignore when I showed him the faces of fentanyl, the dead Americans, the young Americans dead from fentanyl, page after page after page of thousands of American young, the number one killer of our young between 18 years of age and 45 years of age. I met with 3 fentanyl moms last Thursday morning at a restaurant in Austin. Talked to them. And one of their sons, never done drugs to the best of her knowledge. It took a Valium. It was laced with fentanyl. Gone. 8 kids in the school district in which I live, in Hayes ISD in Texas, dead since last August from fentanyl poisonings. Over a dozen or more that have been saved from Narcan but through the use of Narcan. This is the state of things in Texas. And we're causing it. We're driving it. People talk about the root cause of this. We're the root cause of it. We're the ones putting a big neon sign on the Rio Grande that says, come on up, pay your thousands of dollars to the cartels, come on up, get abused, send your children right on the top of train cars, send your children into the hands of the cartels, allow them to get sold into the sex trafficking trade, allow them to get put in stash houses in Houston, Texas, in San Antonio, Texas, in Laredo, Texas, McAllen, Texas, to get raped, abused, tortured, spend thousands of dollars. We allow that to continue. Get sold into the slave labor trade throughout the country. And then we have this defense on the 85,000 children that were, we can't find them. But no, that's not true. They were found, but it was just we didn't contact them on first try. But then you go look into it a little further. It's like, well, they did find some later, but they still haven't contacted all of them. Not one of us would treat our own child that way. Not one. Like, I wonder where that child is. I tried to call, didn't get a hold of him. Well, gosh, I hope they're with the parent or the uncle or is it the uncle? Is it the real uncle? Is it not the uncle? But we don't care about all that because it is far easier to say we're compassionate. Oh, look at us. We're Christian and compassionate with open borders. And it's ridiculous. The rhetoric surrounding this bill which attempts to do nothing more than solidify our existing laws put in place predominantly, if not entirely, on a bipartisan basis, yet being routinely ignored by this administration, routinely flouted and abused by this administration. I've heard discussion of parole, the use of parole. I wonder if my friend from California, Mr. McClintock, could talk just a little bit about the extent to which parole is supposed to be on a case-by-case basis and not categorically used in direct violation of our laws, regardless of whether it is for a good purpose or not. Would the gentleman agree that that is not what parole laws are supposed to be for?
Parole is an individual exception from the enforcement of a law. A categorical parole is amending that law. Under our Constitution, the law does not live in the president's mouth. It must be changed by the representatives of the people through the constitutional process. This president has taken upon himself to change the laws at whim by declaring a categorical parole. There is no such thing.
Does the gentleman from California agree with me that the intent behind the legislation that came through the judiciary portion of this bill and the letter of what came through the Judiciary Committee is designed to ensure that our current laws are enforced and that we are making sure that we are fixing some of the problems in our current interpretation and application of the law to protect individuals, to protect children from abuses in terms of unaccompanied children currently being abused because of the TVPRA application with respect to unaccompanied children, because we've got a situation with respect to the Flores court opinion that has then been turned into policy that has caused essentially a separation problem or a sort of catch-22 on how we deal with families. Would the gentleman agree that the purpose behind that is to actually protect individuals so that we can enforce the law properly with the maximum amount of care for the individuals in question?
Well, yes. Again, this is not fair to legitimate asylum claims who have to wait years and years and years to have their cases heard because the courts have been glutted with millions of fraudulent claims. We do no service to our entire Our entire nation is built upon the concept of legal immigration. The fact that when people come to our country, they come with a sincere desire to become Americans, to raise their children as Americans, to acquire a common language, a common culture. They obey all of our laws. They wait patiently in line. They do everything our country asks of them to do, while millions now of illegal aliens are cutting in line in front of them. This bill is designed to restore the legal immigration process, to assure the rights of every person coming to this country, and to assure the rights of the people of the United States to have a country.
The gentleman from California agreed with me that by doing what we are doing in this legislation, we would in fact curb releases into the United States, which is the main magnet and draw for the
Well, that's
flood
the whole
currently
reason.
occurring.
The whole reason to make a fraudulent asylum claim is you get automatic entry into the country. You get lots of free stuff. You get a ticket anywhere you want to go in the country. You get indefinite residency permission, indefinite work authorization. And you know that years down the line, when your case is finally heard and is rejected, you're not going to be deported. So there's every incentive to make a fraudulent claim. This bill removes those incentives and will make it much harder for this or any future president to abuse the laws as they have.
And is the purpose not also to make sure that families stay together and are united through the duration of the processing of their asylum claim rather than separated?
Yes, exactly right. This fixes the Flores decision, and it requires people coming together as families to remain together as families. And if they want to file an asylum claim, then the question is detain, as the current law requires, or return to Mexico or a safe third country to await adjudication of their claim together.
It is similarly protect unaccompanied children with respect to the current policy that resulted from the application of TVPRA and so forth, so that it is now ensuring that they get sent home safely rather than drawing a magnet for children to be put on the top of train cars or sent solo, which, by the way, is the ultimate family division, i.e. child separation policy.
As I said earlier, the Border Patrol agents are unanimous in this opinion that if you want to stop the trafficking of children, you need to send them safely home. That will dry up the cartel's business and will end this ongoing tragedy.
I heard earlier from earlier testimony that, quote, Title 42 is cruel and restrictive policy. I think it was a gentleman from Texas, my colleague from San Antonio, that Title 42 is, quote, cruel and restrictive policy. First of all, is the gentleman aware that Title 42 is set to expire the day after tomorrow?
Yes, thanks to this administration.
And when Title 42 expires, does the gentleman agree that essentially a third to half of the flood that has been coming across the border to date has been dealt with or turned away through Title 42?
Yeah, I have no way to forecast the future, but it is quite clear that what is unfolding this week with the collapse of Title 42 is the collapse of what has remained of our southern border, and I think we're going to see that in very graphic terms.
Would it surprise the gentleman that that the gentleman from San Antonio and another colleague from Texas, Mr. Kassar, requested $38 million in FEMA emergency relief for San Antonio in preparation for the expiration of Title 42?
Well, again, we're watching the collapse of our social safety net that was designed to help Americans in need, and that's not just at the border, that's everywhere now.
A question for the gentleman, my colleague from Texas. Could you explain just a little bit with respect to the authorities that be put forth with the State Department to negotiate asylum agreements and the purpose of that?
Yeah, basically the provision reinstates and codifies into law the migrant protection protocols, otherwise known as Remain in Mexico, and the asylum ACAs, the agreements that, Mr. Roy, you know very well, was working. And on day one, President Biden rescinded these policies, and every Border Patrol agent I talk to, they tell me about the direct cause and effect between that rescission and what we're seeing on the border today. And there's no question that The political asylum is the magnet, it's the draw. The cartels know our laws, and when they saw this change, it didn't take them very long to exploit it for millions of dollars and exploiting the children all along the way.
Now, as a former federal prosecutor, a former head of criminal division at the Office of the Attorney General in Texas, as the former head of the Homeland Security Committee, as the current head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, do these numbers sound correct to you? And if you have anything to add, please do. That kidnappings, that as many as 20,000 migrants en route to the southern border are kidnapped each year. Criminals and gangs profiting off these migrants by demanding ransoms for the return. Does that sound correct to you?
It sounds correct, but you don't know what you don't know. It could be a lot more.
Abuse of women and girls, that between 60 and 80%, according to certain sources that document this thing, humanitarian organizations of Central American women and girls traveling to the U.S. and Mexico border are sexually assaulted on their way to the United States. I've heard numbers that run the gamut, but would you agree that, not knowing exactly what the percentage is, a non-insignificant number of these girls are abused on their journey? Just the journey part. Let's forget what happens when they get to the United States, but the journey part of getting to the United States. The gentleman agree?
No, I completely agree.
Does the gentleman agree that cartels profit to an extraordinary amount, that at least one conservative estimate said they gain over $14 million daily from the illicit enterprises related to human smuggling and moving human beings for profit across our southern border?
That's correct.
Would it surprise the gentleman that in Kinney County, Texas, on Friday, Kinney County deputies found dozens of dehydrated migrants in an overheated train car in 100-degree weather?
Unfortunately, that happens way too often. As you cited, the San Antonio case, 40 people in a tractor trailer, 18-wheeler, smothered to death.
Would the gentleman agree that DHS has arrested more than 4,000 people for crimes related to the exploitation of children in fiscal year 2022, which was an 18% jump from FY 2021, and that they report that the policies at the border have had a significant impact on that?
No, that is correct.
Or that an estimated 60% of Latin American children who are set to cross the border alone or with human smugglers have been caught by the cartels and are being abused in child pornography or for drug trafficking?
That is correct.
Or that between fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2022, there was 400% jump in unaccompanied alien children encounters. Again, between FY 2020, the first year, or the year just prior to the Biden administration, when President Trump was in power, and then FY 22, the full fiscal year under Biden, there was a 400% jump in unaccompanied alien children encounters. Can the gentleman, does he agree with that?
I do, and it's all a product of the rescission of the Remain in Mexico policy.
I wonder, that some of those touch on Homeland Security jurisdiction. I wonder if my friend from Tennessee has anything to add about those numbers and what he understands about the state of affairs along the border and what it means for migrants being abused, being profited from by cartels, little girls getting sold in the sex trafficking trade, people getting put into the slave labor trade, and how in any way, any human being in Congress or out could describe that as compassionate.
So the numbers that I've heard on the cartel profiting, 15 billion from the human trafficking, and it's anywhere from 13 to 16 billion on the drugs. So we're essentially, with this open door policy, this strategy that actually Merrick Garland was very honest and admitted was the cartel strategy in response to the open border, is profiting some of the most horrible, evil people in the world to the tune of, $30 to $35 billion a year. And that's why we're seeing, interestingly enough, encrypted radios for the scouts that they're using to send the coyotes to the Customs and Border Patrol agents and then routing the drug cartel folks around the other side of the hill. They've got military-grade binos. They've got military-grade encrypted radios because they're making so much money. In terms of the testimony I've already given in reference to the children, whatever number it is, it's not insignificant. The study I like to quote is Doctors Without Borders. Maybe it's because I happen to be a doctor, but I also know that they're a pretty liberal organization. And so it's not like it's some, you can't accuse them of being on our side on this issue. And the statistics, they say it's 35% roughly women and children who are raped, making the trek across, from South America to the United States. What is shocking to me is that Secretary Mayorkas chose not to do background checks on sponsors for these unaccompanied children. I mean, that is just unconscionable. It is unacceptable. It is horrific. And it should, I got lots of reasons to be frustrated with Secretary Mayorkas, but that one is way up there. And then you see the articles in the New York Times again, and I prefer to quote them on this issue because, again, they're not supportive of my cause or my purpose here. But they're clearly pointing out where these children are being used as slaves. I mean, they're being used as slaves. It's horrific, and it's happening in America. Some of the stories we heard, just to give you an anecdote, oftentimes when the coyote takes the person into the United States and puts them in a stash house, they think they're done. But that's when they get the final bill. Oh, by the way, that's not all you owe. You're now going to take these drugs to Jacksonville or somewhere else. And it becomes a criminal network inside the United States because these individuals were brought here. And these are oftentimes susceptible people, and they take their children from them. We heard an anecdotal story where their child was withheld, and the mother was told to go and execute several crimes on behalf of the cartels inside the United States. And this is just the surrendering of our border, whether well-intentioned or not, has resulted in what Merrick Garland has described as the strategy of the cartels, and they are using it to harm Americans and harm migrants. And it is a tragedy that has been perpetrated by those policies that were removed. And it is, again, it's unconscionable.
I don't know if the gentleman from California, there were some statements made by the ranking member of this committee a little bit earlier saying that this legislation would, quote, demonize asylum seekers looking to enter country legally. That they are all leaving and traveling thousands of miles because of fear of persecution. They are looking to legally claim asylum. And then quoted Matthew 25:35 in response to H.R. 2 discouraging NGOs from helping those migrants. Does the gentleman from California agree that H.R. 2 does nothing of the sort, but that rather it does prevent providing the transportation, lodging, or legal services that serve as the magnet to make the dangerous journey north?
Yes.
In other words, participating in the human smuggling operation.
Yes, it restores the conventional concept of asylum. It prevents the abuse of asylum claims. It assures that system is there for those who have legitimate claims to asylum in this country. And most of all, it restores the integrity of our borders that have been destroyed by this administration.
The ranking member also alleged that it strips protections from unaccompanied minors at the border, that it will allow kids to be detained for a month or more, limited their access to counsel, and sending them back to smugglers. Does the gentleman agree that this bill simply treats children from Central America the same as we currently treat children from Mexico if they are not victims of trafficking?
That's
in other words,
exactly
we would
right.
protect kids that are victims of trafficking. When we have the flood of children, otherwise, we would then compassionately detain them and work to return them to their families.
That's
in
exactly
order to
right.
prevent the magnet.
And it is a moral imperative. If a little waif shows up on your doorstep, you're not going to take them 5 doors down to the sweatshop. You're going to get them safely home. Our government is currently taking them 5 doors down to the sweatshop. We need to get them safely home, as we already do for those who arrive from Mexico or Canada.
The ranking member also alleged that this bill does, quote, nothing to prevent drugs from entering this country, quoting the favorite statistic of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that, quote, 90% of drug seizures occur at points of entry.
Well, ports of entry, everything that goes through there is inspected. Across our wide open border, nothing gets inspected unless we're able to intercept one of the 1.5 million known gotaways, which is problematic. We don't know how much is coming in through between the ports of entry because we can't inspect anything that's coming through those ports. So this is an utterly specious argument.
The gentleman has no doubt visited numerous times border points of entry.
Yes.
So at those ports of entry, as a gentleman, would he agree that at the vast majority of our ports of entry, I can't speak to every single one of them because I haven't visited all of them, we're not scanning every vehicle, right?
Correct.
We're not able to scan every truck and every vehicle in terms of the technology we have and so forth. So we're using a combination of human factors, dogs, expertise. We do some scans, periodic scans. So are we catching all of the drug seizures in the first place at the ports of entry? Question one. Question two, to the gentleman's point, between the ports of entry. Currently, do we have any reasonable Border Patrol activity going on between the ports of entry at the level necessary to actually patrol it?
No, our Border Patrol officers complain bitterly about the fact that they're now spending all their time processing illegal aliens into the United States or doing paperwork. They can't do their jobs. But the point is this. No, they also tell me, no, we're not stopping all of the drugs at the ports of entry, but we're able to inspect what comes through and are able to stop some of it. But among those 1.5 million known gotaways, we know nothing. We can't inspect a single one of those because they got away. How much is coming through? Well, we know this. We're seeing an unprecedented epidemic across the country of fentanyl deaths. Averaging 300 a day. That's the equivalent of 2 737s crashing every single day. If that were happening in this country, don't you think there would be some alarm? And yet that's the equivalent of what's happening with the fentanyl crisis.
To my friend, going back to my friend from Texas, Mr. McCall, I assume he is aware, in fact, I know he's aware, I don't need to assume it, that our home state of Texas is, with all due respect to our colleagues from Arizona and California, that currently Texas is bearing the brunt of this crisis. For example, that fentanyl deaths, that in 2022, more than 2,000 Texans died from fentanyl poisoning, a 500% increase from 2019. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I know everybody likes to say every state's impacted, and they are. But I would argue that our state of Texas is bearing the burden of this chaos and the cost. Our legislature appropriated $4.5 billion this session to deal with this problem.
On top of what, 3 or 4 billion last session, right?
Precisely.
I mean, we are in the double digits, high billions of dollars that Texas is appropriating to deal with a border crisis that is fundamentally and constitutionally supposed to be managed by the federal government.
A federal responsibility, correct.
And that therefore Texas should likely be paid back for said expenses, and we'll address that at another time. But another question, is the gentleman aware that 33 counties in Texas have declared an invasion?
Yes, sir.
That Midland Memorial Hospital has had to provide more than $200,000 in medical care to migrant children housed in its facility. Just straight up.
That's just one hospital.
One hospital in Midland County, not even one of the, like, right on the border counties, like way up in Midland.
Right.
That Dimmitt County has seen a 332% increase in high-speed chases related to human smugglers. That we get phone calls every day from sheriffs across Texas. You've got bailouts. You've got ranchers' fences getting cut. You've got livestock getting out. And I'm just curious what my colleagues around the country think about that. They don't seem to give a damn. Does my gentleman agree? I mean, my friend from Texas agree?
And so how would you like to wake up and see dead bodies on your property? It happens all the time with ranches in our state.
Little girl and her grandmother died, and a human smuggler was transporting 11 illegal aliens in Arizona, Texas. And there was a chase with law enforcement, and they crashed into another vehicle, killing the occupants, which was a 7-year-old girl and her grandmother, who was 71. Does this kind of thing happen with regularity in Texas?
No, it happens all the time.
I would note that I've gotten to know the Vargas family in San Antonio. Jared Vargas was a college student in my district in San Antonio, 20 years old, was killed by someone here illegally, who had been deported, had been arrested, and killed him, set his body on fire. And his wonderful family, they've become friends of mine. Is this something that is all too unusual for our constituents in Texas with the gentleman from
Well,
Texas?
it's a behavior of the drug cartels. They're extremely violent. I mean, they act like terrorists. They're actually probably a terrorist organization. They make a hell of a lot of money off these children that they enslave, and then the criminal enterprises in the United States that Chairman Green talked about.
I would ask my friend, Chairman Green, my friend from Tennessee, Title 42 has not yet been lifted, right? It will expire on Thursday, correct? That is correct. And yet the border is nevertheless being overrun as we speak. Every news story, every news channel that's covering this in terms of the flood of human beings coming across the border. Last week, DHS ordered hundreds of its employees to drop their regular duties to deploy to the southwest border for 60 days to assist with the anticipated surge. Does the Chairman of Homeland Security agree with that and aware of that?
Yes, I am, and I agree.
An estimated 600 to 700 U.S. CIS officials will be deployed to the border on top of the countless TSA, ICE, military service members, and Border Patrol agents pulled from other sectors. This on top of a significant number of the DPS authorities in Texas who have been deployed to the southern border at expense to Texans. Does the gentleman from Tennessee agree with that?
Yes, that is factually correct.
That one USCIS employee expressed their opposition to the new directive, saying, quote, "I strongly believe that credible fear applicants are being trafficked into the United States to work off their debt to their smugglers. Some of them are being trafficked as sex slaves," the employee said. "There's a reason why I left Asylum, and that is one of the reasons. That is, I don't want to work as a middleman for drug cartels and sex traffickers." Is the gentleman aware of those kinds of sentiments by people who have had to work in the Department of Homeland Security under an administration completely either feckless or more likely completely purposely allowing our border to get overrun while those who are supposed to be charged with securing the border have to deal with those kinds of situations?
I have had many, many, many of the DHS employees tell me just exactly the same.
Does the gentleman agree that the border is, as I described earlier from the quotes from people on the border, on the brink, that more than 54,000 apprehensions, nearly 19,000 gotaways, 138 pounds of fentanyl, 7 gang members and 6 sex offenders and 16 firearms in just 1 week, and 2 agents assaulted? Gentlemen agree with those kinds of stats, not specifically, but in general, that those are the kinds of things.
Absolutely, and we can see large caravans forming in the Darien Gap and throughout Central America. I was on the phone with the president of Guatemala yesterday, who was telling me that they're coming through his country now, and they're doing devastation in his country, harming his country. So, yeah, I mean, it's happening, and it's getting and going to get much worse.
Back to my friend from Texas, is the gentleman aware that Texas cities are right now bracing for the worst? El Paso, for example, has declared a state of emergency last week, the second time it has done so due to the crisis. That the city's downtown migrant center has been overwhelmed with migrants, leading to many of them setting up tents and panhandling in El Paso. That up to 12,000 migrants are waiting in Juarez, waiting to enter El Paso once Title 42 is gone.
Which will be Thursday, the day we pass this bill, and it's going to get a lot worse. And that's because we don't have operational control of the border, rather the cartels do.
The gentleman also aware that Laredo is facing similar situations, announcing a state of emergency over the weekend over incoming migrant surge that is expected once Title 42 is scrapped.
Yes.
That Brownsville issued a state of emergency as 15,000 Venezuelan migrants crossed into the border city in a single week.
Yes.
Just this week, a report noted San Antonio's migrant center is expected to see a surge of migrants once Title 42 is lifted, when it's already currently at maximum capacity. Despite the health code still in place, the San Antonio Migrant Resource Center does not have enough food and water to provide to migrants, leading to some panhandling on the street and folks coming out of the center. Thousands of more migrants are expected to pass through San Antonio on May 11th. When asked about the end of the Title 42 and what it means for the San Antonio's Migrant Center, Antonio Fernandez, Executive Director of Catholic Charities, said, "I think it's going to be a disaster." Does that comport with my friend from Texas about what's happening to not just the state of Texas, but the migrants in the false name of compassion by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
There will be a wave of migrants once Title 42 is rescinded, just like when Remain in Mexico was. And our state cannot absorb this anymore. And that's why Mr. Cuellar supports, the provisions in my bill. It's actually why one of the on the Democrat side actually voted to make Remain in Mexico, to authorize it, and to codify it.
Is my friend from Tennessee aware that morale at DHS is extraordinarily low, that many are expected to leave, that Border Patrol is having trouble recruiting, that there have been suicide problems, that they were already stressed more during COVID, now stressed with the massive surge, that as an IG reported, found 24% of CBP respondents said they plan to leave their jobs next year due to the added responsibilities of securing the border, that suicides, 14 Border Patrol agents committed suicide in 2022, the highest figure recorded in 13 years. Does the gentleman who's chairman of Homeland Security agree with that or are aware of that?
Actually, the number of suicides is higher than that now. And if you want to put it into comparison, they have a force of about 17,000 with 17 suicides in the last 12 months. And you can compare that to the New York Police Department, 35,000, 3 suicides.
So I could go on this issue because people know about it and know how I feel about it. I mean, the fact of the matter is this legislation, and I'll just close with my friend from California as I started, this legislation is designed very specifically to ensure that existing law is enforced for both the betterment of Americans to protect them as a sovereign nation, but also for the migrants who are currently being abused through a system that is allowing cartels to profit off of moving those human beings across the border through dangerous territory, allowing both Americans to die and migrants to die. That they are specifically put together as a package to ensure the safety of individuals, allow asylum claims to proceed, but to ensure that we minimize the flow, by virtue of focusing on people who have legitimate, credible fear, claims to asylum, and a process by which they can do that, but by minimizing that flood through enforcement of the law as it is supposed to be carried out and has been on a bipartisan basis historically, but is being blatantly ignored by this administration. If the gentleman would like to.
Yes, and I think it restores the concept of legal immigration upon which this country was founded. If we're going to tolerate illegal immigration, there's no point to legal immigration, and our nation of immigrants loses its foundation, and that's at stake in this discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just close with this. Our state is under siege. It just is. People are hurting. People are dying. Migrants are dying. Ranchers are getting overrun. Schools, children. It's extraordinary that we can't come to some rational understanding and agreement that we have a duty as a country, as a free country, a powerful country, to establish a just system under the rule of law, and that is better for us, the world, and migrants who seek to come here. It's extraordinary that we can't do that as a country. We used to do that. We used to be able to sit down and agree to basic truths, basic fundamental truths, that it is better for the world when we enforce the rule of law, and it is better for human beings when we do it in a compassionate way, but still according to the rule of law. I hope that some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will take a step back and look at what's happening and ask themselves if this is the way that we should do things. And it's just clearly not. It's clearly wrong. I cannot possibly put into words what we see in Texas every single day and what pain is being caused for human beings as a result of an administration that is putting politics and crass political fortune in front of our duty to actually do our job as citizens in this country to secure the border. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York is recognized for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I certainly can't put it as eloquently as Mr. Roy has. But 40,000 people, and that's how many people that 40 grams of fentanyl seized in the city that I was born in, Jamestown, New York, could have killed. 40 grams, that is the equivalent of 7 United States quarters in weight. It was found during a routine traffic stop in Jamestown, far from the southern border. But it's made New York and in my district a border community, grappling like so many other communities with a deadly influx of fentanyl that is killing our next generation. Across the country in San Diego, Customs and Border Patrol has seized 5,091 pounds of fentanyl. 60% of the total 8,425 pounds seized around the entire country. And that's just in the first 9 months of 2022. And in fact, Customs seizures of fentanyl in San Diego, they're up by 323% in the last 3 years alone. So I think it begs just reiteration. Mr. McClintock, can you please reiterate one more time what H.R. 2 does to stop the cartels from continuing to smuggle drugs like the 40 grams of fentanyl seized in Jamestown or the thousands of pounds in San Diego over the border?
Well, a few things. Number one, it finishes the border wall, which the Border Patrol says is absolutely essential as a force multiplier. But more to the point, it secures our borders and allows the Border Patrol to actually do their jobs, which is to protect our borders, not to process millions of illegal aliens into the United States, changing diapers, taking names, and all the while unable, often instructed not to do their jobs. And that's another frustration I find from the expressed from the Border Patrol. One of them said, we don't need new laws, we need to enforce the laws that we have, and they won't let us do it.
Absolutely, thank you. The bottom line is people that are dying because this administration has simply refused to secure our nation's border. And those that are dying aren't just the ones down on the Rio Grande after being trafficked into this country by the cartels. It's Americans in small towns, in big cities, far from the border, and they're dying because President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, and others have simply refused to do their job, and they continue to be derelict in their duties. My Democratic colleagues today, they've called this legislation inhumane, unjust. I just like to remind everyone what a truly inhumane thing is. It's turning one's back on the influx of a lethal drug that is killing your fellow Americans. This administration has so thoroughly failed at its job to protect our country and to maintain operation control of our southern border that the cartels and others are seeking to break our laws and enter our countries illegally smuggling drugs, weapons, people, have now turned to our other land border. I'd like to take a minute to highlight the crisis now unfolding on our northern border, not far from my own district in western New York. In the Buffalo sector, the Border Patrol agents in the first 3 months of 2023, they had already encountered half of the total number of illegal crossings encountered in all of the previous year. In that same first 3 months, further west in the Grand Forks sector, agents had already encountered 3/4 of the numbers of individuals as they had throughout all of 2022. The number of assault charges against federal agents along the northern border is up very sharply. In September 22, a Mexican national who flew to Canada assaulted a federal agent while attempting to illegally enter the United States. Earlier in 2022, a man was charged with human smuggling after attempting to smuggle migrants from India across the northern border. Now, last year, Customs and Border Patrol along the northern border seized enough fentanyl to kill roughly 3.17 million people. This is the result of a president, a very derelict Secretary of Homeland Security, and an administration, and frankly, for the past few years, a Congress that sends a signal through every policy and every action that our laws, our borders, our sovereignty will not be enforced. I support this legislation wholeheartedly, and when I do so, I'll be thinking about the residents of the small towns in the cities in my own district and in many others across this country who have had their lives torn apart by the flood of fentanyl that this administration has stood by and allowed unchecked across our borders. I want to thank the witnesses for their, long hours of testimony here so far, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Oh, thank you very much, and I want to join my friend from New York in thanking all of you for being very patient. It's obviously been a very long session for each of you. We appreciate your cooperation and your insight and contributions. And with that, the witnesses are excused. It would help us if you could clear the room. If you're not on the next panel, please. I'd like
A Russian man claiming to hold top-level secrets about Russian advanced bombers has just turned up at the U.S. southern border, seeking asylum. The man claims to have been an engineer at a production facility over in the city of Kazan, and he says that he possesses top-secret information about the White Swan Tu-160, which is the most advanced bomber in the Russian arsenal. U.S. border officials, they interviewed the man, and they determined that his story was in fact credible and eventually passed him off to the FBI, who are still in the process of interrogating him right now. However, analysts have pointed out that the fact that the story was even leaked to the public is an indication that perhaps the American government is encouraging other Russians who also hold top-level secrets to also escape to America. And if you thought that was interesting, well then you should click on that button below this video and check out Epic TV, one of the best no censorship video platforms on the internet.